In a minute, and whenever you're ready, Hugh, go ahead. Let her rip.
All right.
I've ripped it.
Link here.
Do. Well, hello, everyone in chat. How's it going? Hope you're having a swell Sunday. Thanks for joining us.
It's not Sunday, it's Monday. What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness, you're a time traveler.
Am I? That's, I don't know, there's relativity, something like that. That explains it.
What?
Today,
It's pretty swell.
we're going to be responding to a video. We're going to be watching a video from everyone's favorite YouTuber, FilmSpeak, which
FilmSpeak is one of my favorite YouTubers.
Yes, I
Actually,
know.
I've FilmSpeak. Tell me about FilmSpeak. I assume it's a he, but tell me about this gentleman.
Well, he has some interesting takes. I think you guys have covered him before on EFAP.
Probably with a name with a channel name like FilmSpeak, and I don't mean this in any insulting or rude way, but with a name like FilmSpeak, I feel like I would confuse him with about 17 other channels.
Yeah.
Yep.
Understandable. He has thumbnails that remind me very much of High Top. You know, where there's like one or two words in the center, same sort of
Oh, right, okay.
aesthetic.
Oh yeah. I know what you mean. I don't even have to look. I know exactly what you mean.
Today we're going to be covering a video that he titled "When the Director Doesn't Give a F." He censored the word "fuck." Doesn't give a f about historical accuracy.
Oh, I see. Well, that's great, but what does this have to do with this absolute unit Frenchman here we have in the we have behind us? We're sitting at the feet of a man who
seems quite complex. Man, he just got
Yes.
done watching his own biopic.
Yeah,
is
he
the
does have
expression,
that.
expression on his face, that 1,000-yard stare.
I haven't seen the Napoleon movie because I was mildly interested in it at one point, but then people started talking about it, and then I realized that kind of rather quickly I had no desire whatsoever to see this film.
Yeah, I had the
wouldn't.
same sort of arc. I only watched it very recently in order to cover this video, but I
Yeah, so did I.
saw
How
the
was it?
trailer. It's not good.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a slog.
not great.
I don't feel like I don't feel like if you're making a biopic, which I thought was once pronounced biopic.
I thought that too.
Yeah,
I was
that's
corrected.
just, you look at it, you're like, oh, biopic, But you wouldn't assume that a movie like that made about Napoleon, Bonaparte. You wouldn't think that would be a boring slog of a movie. You think that would be super exciting because of because of like the guy and all the stuff he did, all the battles and the political stuff, and the going to Egypt and basically kickstarting modern archaeology and all of the palindromes. But that's a shame. It's a shame,
Yeah, it was a slog. And Rags, you'll be sad to know that not a word was mentioned about kickstarting modern archaeology for his Egypt trip.
No,
almost the opposite.
I heard.
No, actually.
I heard about him shooting cannons at the pyramids because Battle of the Pyramids means that he attacked the pyramids personally, which is the opposite kind of.
You do it.
You're not a filmmaker, Rags. That's an easy way of communicating to the viewers that he took Egypt by shooting cannons at the pyramids.
As far as I know, the Napoleon, when he went to Egypt, took like 100 or so of what were essentially the proto-archaeologists, and they were told to document stuff, find stuff, dig it up, learn about it, make notes, and I think that was how the Rosetta Stone was discovered, wasn't it?
It is. Yeah.
It sure was.
They found the Rosetta Stone. That's thanks to the people Napoleon brought along with him, and it's why we can understand ancient Egyptian.
Thankfully, he didn't shoot a
Spoken
cannonball.
Egyptian is still a real language. I think Coptic Egyptian is what it's called, but we can speak that. But Thanks to that, that's how we can speak. We know ancient Egyptian, which is fucking insanely important because Egypt was a super important civilization. But if they didn't mention that in the movie, I think that's kind of a shame.
Especially when they substitute any of that with, oh, look at the pyramids, let's shoot at them. That'll show them.
I don't know. It makes you. If you showed me someone, this is the cinematic language of storytelling. Is that if you have someone show up to a foreign land and he sees these massive fucking monuments, and ironically, as I said before, one of my favorite historical facts is that the pyramids were the tallest structures that man made until the Eiffel Tower was built. So thousands of years went by before we made something taller than the pyramids. But this Frenchman goes to Egypt and he's like, oh, these big ships in the sand, they shoots cannons at him. It just makes him seem like this barbaric, this uncivilized, uneducated, barbarian savage. And I'm like, I don't know if that fits Napoleon. Really? I don't know. It seems like it kind of sends the wrong message, maybe.
Oh, well, I mean, if you want like the short version of the film, it glosses over several, like it encompasses what, 22 years? Well, more than that, even.
Yeah.
Like 22 years of his life, and glosses over just major portions of like what he did, and the campaigns that he was involved in. There's just like massive omissions and huge time jumps where you would just like jump 2 years later, 3 years later, and skip over a bunch of. I am not an expert on like Napoleon or the Napoleonic era by any means, but like even I was a little bit baffled by some of the things that were just missing or the massive time jumps. And then if you want to look at it as a film, it's like, well, damn, man, like we're jumping so much that it's kind of hard to keep track of what's happening or why. Like why he's making any given decision at any moment. If you were to just take him in that film as a character doing a bunch of things that he wants to do because of, you know, typical character motivations in a film, you'd be lost. Like, I don't really know why you would understand why he made most of the choices that he did other than vaguely to impress his wife.
He wanted to control everything. He wanted to control his wife and control France.
Yeah.
That seems to be all the movie has to offer, true or not, about what he was like and what he wanted.
But I feel like that's really not explored much at all over the course of the film. You know, like if you were to look at each individual scene in that film and think about how much is accomplished by any given scene, I feel like it's thin. You know. Each scene, you could say maybe one thing gets accomplished, maybe.
I feel like if you are a person such as Napoleon, and you really do want to control the world, and you want to be this great ruler to whom everyone, you know, casts great deference and respect, then you would want a wife that you couldn't do that to. Because you get that from everyone else. Everyone's like, oh, Napoleon, you're great and wonderful, and you're so cool, and you're very tall. And oh, we love you so much. But you see, like, when you get home, you're like, oh, finally, a normal fucking person. My wife, who I can't just boss around everywhere like everywhere else. Ugh. Finally, someone I can't just control.
Yeah, you might think that.
You might. I don't know. Maybe that's me reading into it.
You might even, you know, take some evidence from the 40,000 letters that he sent her over the course of their relationship and his life that, you know, maybe
that we
might
still
give you
have, by the way.
We have and we can read, and, you know, that might give you, know, maybe a little bit of insight into what their relationship was like. No, I can't read at all. I'm illiterate, but somebody probably could.
I can't read French, but you know, it's definitely something that, well, maybe the letters, maybe he wanted to control her through sheer volume of the written word. Just never a day went by where she wasn't reminded, listen, bitch, you better stay in line. I'm Napoleon.
Yeah, they gave him some like
this letter is your daily reminder to fucking watch it.
They gave him some real like
shoot you
nice
like
guy
a
energy. Like he has a letter in the movie where he was just like, it's been like 3 days since you responded to me. Why don't you love me? What's happening? If you loved me, you'd write me back.
Guy energy. That's not nice guy energy.
How would you describe it?
Is it?
I don't know. I don't know what nice guy energy means, to be honest.
When you started that and said nice guy energy, I'm like, oh, like he's a nice guy. Like even though he's strong.
I mean like nice guy.
Yeah, you know, like the nice guy.
Okay, all right.
Not an actual.
You should be
guy.
nice though to people, especially if you're the emperor of France. You should be nice to people.
Well, this was before he was the emperor of France.
Even if you were the
if
king
you have
of
ambition to become the emperor of France, it generally helps to have friends.
If you were the sheriff of France,
connections.
then
It's occurring to me that Napoleon above us looks a little bit like Mike Stoklasa.
A little bit. He does kind of. Yeah, he's on the little roller coaster thingy, the little cart. Yeah, just sitting there.
Well, you haven't seen the movie, but that's okay, Rags, because we are mostly interested in the broader topic of historical accuracy. Yeah, we're not here to really review the movie
that much.
No.
I feel like the discourse in that film was just, oh, hey, he's making a movie. Oh, God, there's so much wrong with it. This is just about him and his wife, and that seems to be it. And then no one talked about it ever again right after that.
Yeah, pretty much. And he had some, I don't know if you guys are aware of the spicy comments that Ridley Scott has made.
Yes, I'm very aware.
Have you heard any of these?
I've heard of them.
We're in the same boat. They were the things that initially made us go, "Ah, damn! Oh well."
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't. Yeah. It's not the kind of things that I want to hear from a filmmaker who has this notoriety and this amount of money to make a grand movie about one of history's most important figures, who may or may not have been on our list of 100 most important historical figures.
He was definitely on the list.
Yeah. You say definitely, but I mean,
no, on that one definitely. He's got a whole era named after him. Yeah, he's on that list. Yeah, he's
Victoria wasn't on the list.
That's true. That's true, actually. Yeah, and she has.
That's what I'm saying. It's actually you would think that he's obviously on that list, but then you're like, oh, yeah, but he might not at all be on that list.
Maybe Napoleon, because it was all Wikipedia citations, wasn't it? So I could believe that Napoleon gets cited a lot more on Wikipedia than, or like linked back to. The point being that he's an incredibly important figure and it's not only that, but it's like well documented as well. It's like basically all that there is that you would want to know about him, like you can know, like all of the
I think that actually makes for a great segue to one of Ridley Scott's comments, of which we'll talk about a few of them. And the one that is most troubling to me is the one where he seems to not, Ridley Scott that is, he seems to not actually know how we can know anything about the past.
I know about this one. Yeah.
This is the young Earth creation will were you there argument, which is always very intellectually stimulating.
It's a classic.
It's a classic. It is a
goodie. So Scott tells the Times that, quote, there's a lot of imagination in history books, and, quote, when I have issues with historians, I ask, excuse me, mate, were you there? No, well then shut the fuck up then.
That's like an astounding statement, isn't it? It's the kind of remarkable.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that maybe, like an uneducated, like drunkard on the street might tell you in random Oblivion-style conversation. It's not the kind of thing that I would want to hear from a director who's making a quote-unquote historical film about an important historical character.
I think what separates Ridley Scott in this regard compared to other people is because what you might say, and what I'm sure we'll talk about more as we launch into this, is that, well, it's a movie, so I can do whatever I want, and it's not trying to be historically accurate. But I think this is something next level, I would say, that he doesn't actually seem to understand, like I said, how we can know anything about the past. Well, if you weren't there, then how do you know?
Because that's a statement that extends beyond just like creative license. That's more of a matter of like, do you even understand what historians do? Do you understand how we know anything about the past at all?
He says it with this
people make up
tone.
Yeah. It's because he's annoyed that people are criticizing his film. Which again,
like, duh, you made a film about Napoleon and you had him shooting cannons at the pyramids.
The thing is, historical accuracy is not like. I don't know what I think in terms of like how much I think like whether or not I think you can make assessments about a film as a story based on how accurate it is or not, because I feel like it can be hard to maintain a standard there because there are films that everybody knows are incredibly historically inaccurate that are very well regarded as great films. And meanwhile, you can have films that are really historically accurate, but that doesn't necessarily make them a great film in and of itself. But the brazen disregard for like any attempt to have your story be historically accurate to the point that you don't even really see that it's like possible is very bizarre.
Yeah. Another one that what came across as very bizarre to me was that there was a historian, I believe, somewhere in the article it says Dan Snow or someone like that. He, among other things, he makes videos on TikTok looking at movies and things and assessing their historical accuracy. So he watched the trailer for Napoleon, and I watched this TikTok. And it basically what he said was like, hey, the movie hasn't come out yet, so it could change based on the final film itself. But here are some things I noticed in the trailer that aren't accurate. I'm still excited to see the movie, though. Obviously, movies can change things if they want to, but we're just going to look at what's true and what isn't based on the trailer. That was the tone. It was very agreeable and not confrontational at all. And Ridley Scott's response to that person in particular was, "Get a life."
Damn,
Which
that's
told him.
Ridley Scott is
chill, my man.
Ridley Scott is like the name that comes to the forefront of my mind when you think about like fallen artists.
Yeah.
He's up there.
I think it's. I mean, yeah, he made Alien and he made Blade Runner and he also made Prometheus
and Exodus,
and then Exodus, Gods and Kings, and Prometheus 2, whatever the fuck that was.
Alien Covenant.
Yeah, Prometheus 2. And
it's not even a sequel to Prometheus.
Yeah, but no one cares.
That's true. But
this is the other one he did.
Yeah. He's got an interesting attitude to people who are just pointing out what's true and not true. Very aggressive and hostile, I would say.
Yeah. I'd say he's got a really shitty attitude.
Which, I mean,
fuck you, Ridley Scott.
Again, you would have to expect that. Because one of the reasons why it's interesting, the idea of like, do films have an obligation to be historically accurate is, like it or not, people do believe when they go to see a film about historical events, like there are people who will believe that what's depicted there is largely true or in spirit true. That's just reality. Like there will be people who will watch this film who I'd be surprised if there were many people who watched the film who didn't know about all the things he was saying about historical accuracy. But I mean, there will be people who watch the film and then they just presume, well, that's mostly true. I can understand, changing a few things here or there or like messing around with the timeline a little bit. But broadly, this is something that I can take as a depiction of Napoleon that is somewhat accurate. Which, of course, in this case, is seemingly not very true at all.
Makes me wonder why he wanted to make a movie about Napoleon. Because if you're Ridley Scott and you get this amount of money, I assume it was a lot, to make a movie about a famous historical figure, you have quite a selection at your fingertips to pick from. If your attitude is, I don't give a damn about history, you have so many opportunities to choose someone and go with an alt history story or mixing elements of mythology or fiction in with the real events to make it seem like, oh, this is an interesting take on what happened, like we're mixing magic in with Sing If the Legend and da.
Yeah.
But instead he chose Napoleon. So I wonder why Napoleon? Why did he make a movie about Napoleon if he didn't give a shit about Napoleon,
Unless he's trolling when he says stuff like, I don't know if he actually shot the pyramids. Like, I presume he's trolling, surely. Like, he's not actually saying, well, no, genuinely, like, I don't know whether or not he fired a cannon at the pyramids or not.
I feel like that would be the thing that somebody would have written down.
Well, I mean, it's the battle the pyramids, you could see them, but it's not like it was fought right next to them. It was
called the Battle of the Pyramids, but
the thing I'm not sure of with that quote is that whether he's saying, I know it's not true, but I did it anyway because it was a nice short way of saying what I wanted to say. But the way he phrases is...
What did he want to say?
That he took Egypt quickly.
Egypt, yeah.
Yeah, he took Egypt and he did it
It's
quickly.
presented in the movie as if...
Interestingly enough, like in the film, you wouldn't know that the campaign as a whole, France did not win.
He had to leave and go back to... Yeah.
It's interesting because like that scene in the movie is, it's very short, and it kind of postulates that like the whole enemy army lined up, against him, and then he shot some cannons at the pyramids and just turned around and left, and that was the end of it.
Like that was enough to scare them off or something?
Yeah, like you can train new soldiers, but you can't unfuck your pyramids or something like that. I don't know.
Very strange. Well, I think that's the basic context going into this video. We could pretty much just jump in and use it as a springboard for some of the questions we've addressed already and other ones that will come up. That sounds good for you guys. I think we'll just jump in. Everyone's in the watch together, right? Yep. Or you.
Yeah,
there you are. Beautiful.
Chat's in here too. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Gonna watch together.
What a time to be alive. Here we go.
You've got 10,400 books to start. There's one book written every week since he died. By the time you get book 1,000, dude, I think it's got to be a lot of speculation. We then glean.
Well, that would be probably the opposite would be the case, right? Where the more that's written about him and is documented about a person, the less you have to speculate. Plus, once you get to a certain point in history, when everyone is, or at least where most people start to become, like learned enough to read and write, and we have like written documents that have, will survive, and you have these big monuments and events that a lot of people can see and then talk about, then the less you have to speculate. Like there's not going to be nearly as much speculation as to what Napoleon did at the pyramids as compared to like the construction of the pyramids.
Yes, exactly. It's the opposite, Ridley. I'm sorry to say. So that's the opposite of true, as people have pointed out in the chat already, that Napoleon is one of the most well-documented people ever. From his own diaries and letters he exchanged with people and all the people around him who could also write and wrote things about what he did.
I feel like he picked a really bad example for choosing a person whose life he could embellish, we'll say.
Yes.
And I'll also say, Ridley looks like he's cold in that museum. The other guy's just wearing normal clothes, but Ridley's got the jacket on and the scarf, and looks like he's this is an outdoor segment of the museum, or maybe he's just he's chilly in there. He's cold. Maybe that's the ghost of Napoleon Bonaparte saying, "I know what you did, Ridley." Sorry, I know what you did, Ridley. Haunting him in a spectral voice, tugging on his jacket from below, because Napoleon was.
He was short, yes.
Very average height for the time, yeah.
He was short, yeah.
One thing I wanted to bring up, because I don't know if it'll come up in the video, but in discussing when movies are allowed to, let's say, or when they can get away with embellishing the truth or completely making up the truth while claiming to be based on a true story or based on real events, I think one factor that Rag sort of touched on already is like how stylized and what the tone of the movie is. I don't think anyone would walk into Inglourious Bastards and walk out of it griping about the fact that, that wasn't accurate. We didn't shoot Hitler in a movie theater, that sort of thing, because the movie's tone and formal presentation all make it quite clear that this is not something that we're pretending actually happened. Whereas I believe movies like Napoleon really do present themselves in a grounded, realistic way.
They're not, if they don't have a cheeky, fun sense of humor to them, or if they're played straight, then
I'm gonna raise an example that Patriot. Like that movie's not historically accurate at all, but I mean that film's good. Like in terms of its story from beginning to end.
Yeah, it is an unfairly maligned movie.
I agree.
Well, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because like the Patriot would fall into a similar camp as Napoleon in terms of presenting itself seriously. Seriously, and as something that is rooted in history rather than something like Inglourious Bastards that is very obviously not trying to be historically accurate. So
here's a question. I wonder if you guys will agree. My sorry to interrupt you.
No.
My general take going into this anyway is that let's see, how should I say this? That they're separate conversations, essentially, whether the movie is good, well crafted, has a story on its own, and whether it's historically accurate. And I think a lot of this conversation will primarily be about the sort of ethical implications of embellishing or changing the truth, as its own kind of separate conversation from is the movie good? Because I do think
that's where the bulk will be, is
Yeah.
in the ethics and respect element of it. Because I mean, for those who are familiar with EFAP, we are pretty much very firmly, I guess in a way, oddly enough, we sort of have a semi-extremist opinion on this, sort of, where we sort of like, a thing is a thing, and it, you know, our stance on adaptation, which is essentially the exact same thing, applies to a movie that's based on history or based on a real person, is that it is an adaptation on real events as opposed to adaptation on fictional source material.
Yeah.
And a movie can greatly deviate from real events and the real person, but still be an excellent movie.
Yes.
It just wouldn't be a good adaptation.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure Gladiator
Yeah,
is an often
I was going to
cited
raise
example.
that example.
Go ahead.
I was going to raise that example specifically because it's also, you know, it's also a Ridley Scott movie. So
Right,
you know,
yeah.
he made, it's not, from what I remember, and I'm not a, you know, an expert on Roman history or anything, but from what I remember, it's not a particularly accurate historical film, but people still feel quite strongly that it is a good movie generally, because it tells a good story.
Yeah,
like,
well,
that's
doesn't feel
kind of the thing, is that
disrespectful.
if the film is really, really good, I think people can look past it. But when the film kind of sucks, then it's like, oh well, damn. Like, you know, it's kind of, I feel like that's kind of what's happened with Napoleon. It's like, if Napoleon was an excellent film, then maybe the historical accuracy, it'd still be a thing that people talk about because of the things he said. Because you can talk about those without having seen the film at all. But I imagine that the opinion on the film would probably be more favorable. But it's not a good film on its own. As a story that is told within that film, if you even took it as entirely fictional, it's not good. So once you're in that point, it's like, oh, it's not good, and you weren't accurate. Then obviously the mind goes to, maybe if you were more accurate, it would have been a better film, and then that sets you down that course.
The other thing I would throw in there is that I think even if the movie was quite good, in the way Gladiator is well regarded, I think you could still have a conversation about the ethical implications of lying or distorting the truth about Napoleon and what that means for popular opinions about what the real person was like and that sort of stuff.
I think so.
The other point, the reason I bring up, the tone of the movie is separate from the conversation about whether the movie's any good. I don't think anyone would feel too strongly that Inglourious Bastards does a disservice to history because it presents itself in a way that it's obviously not meant to be taken as literal. And so that's the distinction there. As someone pointed out, Death of Stalin is extremely accurate but presents itself as a comedy. Obviously, you can go both ways with that. It's a very silly movie in Death of Stalin. Like, everyone has British accents, even though they're playing Russians, except for Steve Buscemi, who has an American accent, but you don't really care because it's just kind of a silly farce. A very good one. But, as a lot of people have pointed out, there are a lot of things that the movie actually gets right about the fallout of Stalin's death and all the infighting that happened. So, tone, the only reason I bring up tone is to say that with tone and sort of formal aesthetic qualities, you can indicate to the viewer that, hey, don't expect this to be a grounded history lesson. And I do think there's a difference in implication for the morals and ethics of telling true stories can be affected by that.
I agree. I think that it's about tone, and it's about I think a lot of this is also like many things, sort of has to do with audience expectations. You don't want to foster this idea that when you go to especially like a modern blockbuster movie theater experience, that you're getting a documentary. We definitely sort of want to keep those things. I think documentaries are just different than the movies we get in theaters. And so giving people the expectation that if they go to see Ridley Scott's Napoleon movie and they saw the ads on TV about how, oh my God, look at the cannons and the things and the stuff and he shoots the pyramids. We got to separate that from, that is what that is. It's a different thing from a documentary whose purpose is to, be essentially educational. And it can, of course, entertain, but it needs to be correct in its educational material.
Yeah, I do think it would be worthwhile to cultivate, broadly speaking, an attitude of healthy skepticism towards any narrative film about its, that claims to portray true events. That said, a lot of people will, I think, assume it's true anyway. And so
we're having, it's a big problem with a lot of stuff now. People will see, people will scroll through Twitter or X and they'll see an X post. I don't even know what they're called anymore, but they'll see a post on X and it'll be this 12-second clip of a guy doing a thing, and then they'll form their entire political opinion based around an out of context 12-second grainy piece of footage and a caption that came with it, because they have no media literacy, they have no information skepticism, they have no desire to withhold judgment. And I think that bleeds into a lot of things, those being, entertainment in movies.
Yeah, and I think people oftentimes artists know that as well, and that can get kind of dangerous in terms of, if they make a film that's like actually an outright lie or like the opposite of true about what actually happened, knowing that people are going to assume it's true because that's their sort of default natural assumption, that can get pretty scummy sometimes. I'm sure examples of that will come up as we go. But let's hear what Ridley Scott has to say.
The best. So I don't think it's a history lesson. I think it's a character study with violence, with action, with everything.
Historical accuracy. It's the standard by which every biopic is inevitably judged. You could watch the most technically impressive historical.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if it's
like inevitably judged. I mean, maybe just based off the sheer amount of people looking at it, inevitably someone will, but I don't.
Yeah, but it sounds like it's almost the final. It's like the final judgment will be passed on the basis of its of like its historical accuracy, which I find interesting because I feel like Oppenheimer, as an example, is a bad one to point to because I feel like so much about what people talked about in that film was like the filmmaking and the performances rather than the historical accuracy.
Yeah, I think it had so much to offer apart from that it was almost that element was almost drowned out in all of the other things that people wanted to discuss regarding that film.
And I mean, with 300 on screen here, like again, I don't know if anybody
no one thought this was real.
About 300 historical accuracy.
That's a good example of a movie that's stylized to such a degree.
Mega stylized, yeah. It had goat people playing the lyre. It had like elephant monsters and like troll people and
giant kings, giant metrosexuals.
In chat that I like the Steve Jobs movie.
sexuals.
I presume they're talking about the one with Michael Fassbender. That film is contextualized as essentially a whole bunch of really important conversations happening right before like a big, press event to showcase some new product, which is obviously not accurate to like what would have happened. It's not like all of the most important conversations in Steve Jobs' life happened within an hour before he went on stage to announce like new products. But like I don't know if that's something that anybody would have talked about. I certainly didn't see people talk about that as though it was like accurate. Maybe like accurate to the spirit of who people were, but not accurate in terms of what actually happened at any of those moments.
So I had kind of a different interpretation of what this guy just said. I took it as him saying that inevitably movies, biopics, and movies based on historical events will be judged and looked at as, against what actually happened in their historical accuracy. I didn't think he was saying that would be the final and ultimate judge of all historical movies.
Yeah. I could see that for sure. Because in that case, I would agree. I feel like basically every film that's based on history to some extent people will talk about that historical component. Even if it is something like 300, people will still talk about, the original story.
Actually, I think you got everything in there.
Historical accuracy. It's the standard by which every biopic is inevitably judged. You could watch the most technically impressive historical epic ever filmed with impeccable costuming, expansive sets, and all-time great performances, and the first thing most people will
I'm glad, you know what, I'm glad that when he was talking about all-time great performances, he had Austin Butler there for Elvis. I think that film gets poo-pooed on more than it deserves. And
hey, look, all right. We don't have to start that conversation again.
Well, I won't. I'm not going to argue with you on that part. He's the best part of the movie.
He's quite good in that movie. So,
all right, good. All right.
Minor nitpick is that he says impeccable costumes while showing Barry Lyndon, and Barry Lyndon is not a movie based on true events, but that's fine.
Okay.
It's a historical drama, but it's a fictional character.
Sure.
As the credits roll is, did that really happen? In a way, this makes sense. Biopics are sold to us as historical reenactments, promising to tell a true story about real people and events.
Or a true enough story.
Yes.
I feel like that would be the asterisk.
Yeah.
That I think a lot of people will go into it understanding that there will be some things that are probably not exactly how it played out, but that people probably do anticipate a broadly accurate set of events, or at least in spirit.
I didn't actually see it, but my understanding is that Rocket Man, the sort of biopic about Elton John, is a musical, like that there are singing and dancing numbers in it. Okay. So I wouldn't say that all movies present themselves as historical reenactments.
No. Wait, have you never met someone who lives in a musical?
No, I haven't.
We have them around here. Do you not have them over? Where do you live? If you don't mind me saying.
I live in Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, okay. Because I'm in Arkansas, and we haven't. That's weird. But yeah, we got some people over here who live in a musical, where every once in a while, when you talk to them, or when they're at work or something, they start singing, and some people show up, and music starts. But
they got the mustard out. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe over there they just don't have them. But yeah, we got some people like that over here.
Oh, that's interesting. You learn something new every day.
Yeah, it's real. It's real.
It's only fair to judge them by how faithful they are to that real-world history. But do films based on true events have an obligation to absolute historical fidelity?
No.
I don't know if anyone thinks they have an absolute
or an obligation in general,
especially not an absolute one to be
not an absolute one, definitely not. And as for any obligation at all, well, that's part of the conversation. I don't know that people agree or disagree on that, whether or not you have an obligation to tell history accurately.
I would say that in general, probably as broad guidelines, the way that I currently feel about it, I haven't really thought about it that much, but maybe that'll change over time or through this stream of ours. But I feel like in general, you should be respectful to people through the use of accuracy, because I think history is important to get across, and you don't want to sort of tarnish through misrepresentation the things that real people did that shape the world we live in now.
Yeah, I agree.
And obviously, if you're doing like a comedy or something super stylized or anything, and it's super, in the tone it's not trying or even attempting to present itself as accurate, I think you definitely get more leeway in that regard. But if someone was to make a movie about George Washington or something like that, like a really easily understood, revered historical figure, and they just like fucked around with him, and they made him a loser who sucked, and he was terrible and awful in every way, and they robbed him of all of his qualities, and they only focused on his negatives, and I'd be like, yeah, even if the movie was really good, I would still probably just hate the movie for that.
Yeah, well, or like if someone did that with Napoleon, maybe.
Yeah. Like, I could totally understand if someone's like a real big history buff, or if you're like French, or whoever. I don't know who likes Napoleon, but if you're someone who really likes Napoleon and respects him or anything, and you watch this movie and it just did what it did allegedly, then I'd be like, yeah, I could totally understand why you'd be pissed.
Yeah. As Gran Dark Fang. Thanks for the super chat. Says, I love when Napoleon said it's Morbin time and morbed all over the Egyptians. Like if you made a movie where he morbed all over the Egyptians, that could maybe upset some people,
And also these kinds of movies, they're gateways to history for a lot of people.
True.
I always go back to Battlefield 1 as a really good example of how to get the normal, like normie gamer the normal normie gamer into a very unfortunately overlooked, incredibly important historic event
Overlooked
like
in
World War
America.
One.
Overlooked in America. Yeah, not in Europe or Australia.
Because a lot of people they just didn't know anything about World War One. It's just sort of like a thing that they would hear about every once in a while, but it went completely largely unknown in a lot of spaces. So when that game came out and it presented it in that way, then it's like, oh, we got people interested in this topic. Or if there's a movie about a guy like Oppenheimer is a good how much time did he come up in conversation? Is like probably not really all that much. But then this movie comes out and like it gets interest in it and the all that sort of thing. So in the sense that a lot of these movies oftentimes are the the inciting incident to get people's interest piqued in historical events is probably another reason why they should at least strive to be accurate enough to the point of being respectful to those events a lot of the time so as to not mislead people.
I absolutely agree.
Is a biopic only worthwhile if it meticulously recreates the events of its subject's life? Or is there also value in employing a certain degree of creative license in pursuit of a less literal truth? It's a complex question with no easy answers.
Well, the problem is that you've phrased it in a way that it has an obvious easy answer. Because his two options are, should movies be 100% accurate about everything all the time? Or can they have some creative license to, change some things?
Like, I think it's going to be inevitable that you are going to have to do that sometimes because,
you're making a documentary, you're making a fiction.
Well, depending on who it's about or what time period it's about, it's not possible to do that.
True. Yeah.
So the way that you fill in those blanks is going to say a lot, I think, about your process and what you're trying to accomplish and how much you really want to look into it and care and speculate.
I think something that I would think is important to bear in mind is that there's going to be some creative license, like in what you choose to tell and what you choose to omit. I mean, like Napoleon would be an example. It completely omits the Peninsula war. That's like a choice that you made to omit something from the story that, if it was in there, might change how people feel about the story as a whole.
Yeah, and
there's always going to be those kinds of problems to deal with because you can't present all of the years of history. You have to choose the things that you show and when to show them.
If the Napoleon movie as well, like in a similar vein to what you choose to display and not, if you frame a movie as it's only like maybe you're going to do something that's pretty experimental and unusual where it's Napoleon, it's like a biography of Napoleon that's literally just through his letters and him writing them and how the scenery that he's in changes and the background maybe changes where he's in his war camp tent here, he's in his palace here, he's in his house over here, and he's writing all these letters, and everything that's really, really important is implied off screen and or things that he talks about. Then that would sort of set people's expectations for knowing, like, oh, of course we're not going to have the Battle of Waterloo or whatever, because that's not what this movie is going for in terms of how it wants to tell its story.
Yeah, here's a question for you guys. It's been raised a couple times in chat. Someone said, None of Your Business says, my question is, if one doesn't intend to tell this history faithfully, why not just change the proper nouns involved and drop the pretense? That's something Rags, you kind of floated earlier, that why is Ridley Scott interested in Napoleon if he just wants to tell his own broadly fictionalized?
You'd mentioned The Patriot, which, as far as I know, off the top of my head, I don't think those were real people. I think it might have had some real people in it, but I think it was mostly a fictional story that took place in a real historical event. But I don't think those people were real, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'm mistaken, but...
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
I think they're based on like composites of many different people, So it'd be like that vaguely based on somebody or vaguely based on a few people.
Yeah, like or like Private Ryan or something like that. Maybe they weren't real people, but they're fictional people created to exist within a real time period and a real history, which is, I mean, it's the majority of historical fiction is going to be that. It's real time periods, real settings, real historical events that have fictional characters living in them to tell the story.
Yeah, I'm
doing that. Go
one
ahead.
example that I think fits that pretty well is actually getting a reboot from a old miniseries later this month, Shogun, which is a novel by James Clavell, which is a historical fiction about the Tokugawa era of Japan nominally, but he changes the names of all the famous historical figures involved and kind of recreates a different sort of take on history, but it's still pretty accurate to the time period and to the culture and of the time period, which is an interesting experiment in historical fiction. But then there's in the case of Napoleon specifically, he doesn't just he kind of just changes the personality traits of the guy and tells a story that is just about somebody else, pretty much. Like he instead of telling a story about this charismatic genius young general who rises to power, he's telling the story of a very cold, very awkward, almost like brute force guy who bumbles to the top and then is exiled. And
one wonders if he decided to make this generic French king man instead of Napoleon, whether that would change things in people's minds. Because I think a lot of people see, you've named it Napoleon. These are real people. So I think there's something different about how accurate you should probably be.
Yeah. Well, I guess the thing is that I always find that there are these interesting exceptions that challenge, I think, what a lot of people would like. So for Assassin's Creed, right? Like what is the obligations of Assassin's Creed when it comes to historical accuracy? It's like, well, I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, it's they're set in real periods, and often the main character is going to interact with real people. But obviously, the grand story being contextualized as like a secret war between the assassins and the Templars.
Don't forget the aliens and
the first civilization and everything, and the pieces of Eden. But yet at the same time, there would still be some basis by which those games are judged in terms of historical accuracy, right? Like Assassin's Creed 1 in particular gets a lot more praise than the other ones in terms of the ways it tries to incorporate real history into its story, and obviously how well do you realize each of the settings, regardless of what crazy technology ends up getting involved in them, right? Like the hidden blade or the hidden blade gun. And I feel like, it's interesting to think about because I don't know, it's like the perception is going to change depending on what the story is, but I don't know where you could clearly draw the line in terms of where you cross over into, you get more creative license, and then the other one it's like, oh no, you get less creative license, you're not allowed to have it.
Here's a question for you. Do you think that there is a relatively clear line between telling a story about fictional people in a real setting versus real people in a real setting?
Like there's more of an obligation to be accurate if you're using real people rather than fictional people?
Yeah, not necessarily for the quality of the movie, but let's say the broader conversation about the obligation to tell history faithfully and be true and all that sort of stuff.
I don't know. I do lean towards, because I lean towards and understand the argument of if you didn't care about telling Napoleon's story accurately, why'd you even bother? I definitely understand that as a position to have.
I think it's totally possible for you to take that position to be like, I guess it's technically okay that you did this, but I'm still going to ask, why the fuck did you decide to do this? What? Like, I can still peepo-suss you.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course. You can always be like, I don't understand why you were interested. I mean, I feel that way about this film. I don't really understand why Ridley Scott wanted to make a Napoleon film. I don't get it. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure what consistent standard I could apply in terms of I guess moral obligations regarding presenting real figures accurately versus, whether or not you'd have to do the same for fictional characters or characters who, though fictional, are based in part on real people. I don't know. And I mean, I feel like something that is true is that the further back you go with the history, the less people might care about it, like if it's particularly recent and fresh in people's minds, that can change how people feel about your obligation to be accurate compared to if you were talking about something that happened 2,000, 3,000 years ago. Though it was mentioned earlier, you go further back, we know less, you know?
Yeah, principally, the principle doesn't change, but the simple fact that you go far back enough, you go back far enough, and it's more difficult for people to. You have so much more to work with, and you have to.
Oh yeah, World War II is extensively documented. Extensively. Like, that's the most well-documented war ever. Compared to if you wanted to go back to any wars that were fought, like, the Peloponnesian War. There's just less known about it. Of course there is. Less stuff got written down. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, there's... Talking about, World War II is going to be... There's not as much that you can get away with when discussing historical figures in World War II. Whereas if you made a drama about Akhenaten and Nefertiri and their your Egyptian cultural upheaval thousands and thousands of years ago, it's like so many people have so little base knowledge of that it's you could pretty much get away with almost anything in a lot of ways, but it's like, I don't know, you want to have, like, a lot of it does come down to vibes. Like, when I watch something, do I get the vibe that you are trying to respectfully... Oh, there's a show called Turn about... I need to rewatch it. I started it and I remember liking it, but there was
it's about
there's
Washington
a scene in
Spies in the Revolution, right? That's
the Spies of the Revolutionary War. And there's a scene where George Washington essentially sees an apparition of his dead brother in the woods, because Washington has got a whole lot of shit going on in his life, with trying to fight this revolution and the struggles he's going through, and it's used as a way to uplift him and for him to find courage. And I really remember liking that scene quite a bit, even though I think that it's probably totally fucking made up that happened, but it's done very respectfully to the character, in a way that you can excuse the fact that it probably never happen. Whereas if he was, behind the scenes, once all the generals left the war tent, or whenever he was alone, he was just, crying, and he was always afraid, and he was being a loser, and that kind of thing. So I just think that a lot of it kind of does come to, the vibe check of what is this film trying to do with these characters? Yeah. What's the nature of the stuff that it essentially makes up?
Fringy, do you think you would agree that though it can be hard to find a clear good, bad line with some of this stuff, that there are clear extremes of, if you go too far in one direction, you've crossed a sort of moral and ethical line?
I feel like there would have to be, there would have to be a possibility there, of wow, just kind of like a wow, really sort of feeling. Yeah, I don't know where that line would be.
Well, I think one place that might be an easy place to draw such a line is if you're making something that, it says is based on true events, and the tone and everything is very grounded and realistic, but sort of denies a real life tragedy that happened. Let's say the Holocaust or something.
Yeah, at that point it would just be that would be. Yeah,
you could make a really good movie technically about what if the Holocaust was, but I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't. I don't know if I would try. I wouldn't play life on hardcore mode for no reason whatsoever. But
were you even there? How do you know?
That's true.
Did you count the 6 million yourself? How do you know?
Yeah. Did you count the smokestacks and the?
Yeah, I would advise against that as well. That's where I'm sort of looking at this from, is that where the exact line is might be more of a vibes thing than a clear definitive rule. But there are definitely places where, not even hypothetical examples, real examples I might talk about later. Have you any of you seen The Woman King?
No. I haven't.
The Woman King is a historical action epic drama that came out not last year, but the year before.
Yeah, I remember discourse surrounding it and people.
Viola Davis is in it, and it tells the story, or claims to tell the real life story of the Dahomey tribe in Africa. Yet there are some pretty egregious, I would say, lies, not just inaccuracies, about the history.
That's what I was kind of noticing when that
Yeah.
was sort of coming out, and a lot of people were saying that this is basically someone LARPing alternate history.
Mm-hmm. Well, so one example to sort of give you an idea is that the movie posits, in all sincerity, that slavery didn't exist until Africa, until Europeans brought it there.
That is an interesting interpretation of reality.
Yes, one might call it a lie. I certainly would.
One might call it a massive lie. One might consider the institution of slavery to be basically as old as humanity itself, that cared not for skin color or gender, but
and also it's a kind of an egregious lie to put forth in the current political climate, I would say, especially in America. But that's kind of another conversation. Interesting thing about that movie, in the trailer, and I believe in the front of the movie, there are things that say based on, I think in the trailer is based on powerful true events. And for a time, the IMDb description of the film read that this is a alternative history movie, and that was quickly changed to remove the alternative history part. But it is alternative history. That's what it is.
I mean, if I remember the discourse correctly, it's not even simply positing the idea that slavery didn't exist on the African continent until Europeans. It's positing that this tribe, the Dahomey, which was a real tribe of slavers, are the ones responsible for ending slavery. And
the opposite is true.
When it actually was the Europeans who stopped the Dahomey from slave trading, I believe was the accurate. Yeah. That's
so it's not even just untrue, it's the opposite of true. So that's fun. And I do think there is something to be said for, if they didn't base it on a real tribe and this was just sort of fan fiction about a mythic African tribe that did this, and it's a sort of historical fantasy about how they would have liked it to have gone, that would be manifestly different, I think, to some degree. It would be less bad if they made up a tribe name, but they took like a particularly brutal group
infamous, tribe,
and tried to make them into the heroes of the story, which is a little suspect, I would say.
At best.
Anyway, that's a real life example that I think kind of crosses the line.
Yeah, but I do agree though. If there are certain political climates and you go out and you make a movie that's just full of ridiculous lies that seem to be very racially motivated, quite frankly, then that will change people's opinions with how they engage with real, I guess, racial things or going on in modern times. If you put, pushing the ideas that film does about, Europeans inventing the slave trade and stuff like that, is like, what are you trying to get people to think when you put that in your big movie and then try to act like that's how it happened? What are you trying to tell people?
It really comes down to what you're changing, and then the harder thing to suss out is why you've made that change in particular.
Yeah.
But it's difficult at times, especially with the Woman King. It's difficult to look at it in anything less than sort of a skeptical light when you're thinking about why those changes were made.
It's like the Cleopatra thing that came out not too long ago,
Cleopatra documentary,
Cleopatra, which was I watched a couple videos about the historical differences in it, and it's just like it's clearly like strong black woman fan fiction, and it's fucking bizarre to see that sort of thing, and you wonder how this stuff gets greenlit.
Didn't one woman in that say that her grandmother had told her that Cleopatra was black, and that's how she knew? That's why she was convinced?
Some of the historians that they cite in that show are they're not like they're historians who don't seem to actually care about what happened. So I guess you can dig up people from colleges, anywhere these days. So yeah, it's It didn't some Egyptian guy say he was gonna sue Netflix about it
I
for.
think the government of Egypt went after them. Didn't they?
I think I heard that too, but I didn't look into it.
Incredibly based, but I don't know if they can do that. But I don't know.
I don't know if they have a leg to stand on.
I don't know if you actually have a leg to stand on, but you know what? I respect the hustle.
Regardless of whether filmmakers want to be custodians of history or not, biopics play a significant role in shaping how we remember history.
Yeah,
biographies and
true.
history books aren't exactly bestsellers at the moment, and documentaries don't light up the box office, meaning biopics are often the primary way people engage with history, for better or worse. Sadly, this is just where we're at. So you could argue that excessive creative liberties cross into historical revisionism, which can have dangerous real-world consequences. But on the other hand, creative liberties are a necessary part of adaptation. Unlike a written biography, biopics are constrained by their runtime. We expect films
books
to
are
have
constrained by.
Books are also
you can print, on.
Yeah.
But yes, this is true. I mean, I feel like you don't even need to compare it to books. It would just be real life versus the length of a film.
Yeah, real life, then you got, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 years to tell a real life story. But I got things to do, so I ain't going to be sticking around for that long. You're going to have
the
to
director's cut of Napoleon.
Oh, they announced a director's cut before the film had even released in theaters, right? 4 hours long.
No.
I've seen some Ridley Scott director's cuts that are not good, so who knows?
Yeah.
But
so I think
that's just got to remain foreshadowing for now.
There are some obviously it's true often that you need to cut things for time, especially if you're telling a story of a whole person's life, as many attempt to do. But that strikes me as kind of beside the point. I think almost everyone agrees that certain aspects of people's lives will be trimmed out. That's sort of the nature of it. Like, we're not going to see them walk up the stairs every time.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think the more interesting question seems to be skirted here, which is like, okay, we're talking more about changes where we invent things that didn't happen more so than we cut
then omissions
weeks here. Yeah,
because of course there's something to be said about whether or not, what were the most important things that you should focus on if you're telling a broad story about Napoleon's life. To omit specific events is like, oh shit, that seems like something that you can't omit if you want to tell the story completely. And it's like, that's one thing, but he didn't shoot cannons at the pyramids. That's just not true. That's made up. That's fictional.
The other one that comes to mind is early on in the movie, he is tasked with putting down a royalist rebellion, that is, people who want the monarchy back in France after the revolution. And in the movie, it's a mob with pitchforks, and they're going rabble, 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 and there's women in their midst and everything. And Napoleon just fires cannons into the crowd and decimates like dozens of them, and then the rest run away. In real life, it was 7,000 men with guns. It was an army he was fighting. The movie even shows it lingers on a shot of a woman amidst all the dead people with the bottom half blown off. And she's going, and he's looking on callously, and it's like, man, that seems like it's a difference.
Yeah, it's not nearly as base to shoot at a bunch of men with guns when you could fire cannons at women with pitchforks. Yeah.
It's interesting too how much of Napoleon's tactical genius represented in the movie tends to basically boil down to he shot cannons at them and then they stopped.
That is a lot of the movie. Yeah, he's brilliant that way. He knows that cannons are strong.
Discernible from beginning to middle to end with causally related. People's life stories are seldom so elegantly structured. As a result, biopics are, by necessity, more impressionistic than literal. They have to distill.
I don't think that follows from what you said.
No.
Because we have to cut some things for time, they're necessarily impressionistic and not literal. I don't think that's true at all.
No, I don't think so. And obviously it would vary dramatically. I mean, it's funny because The Social Network is an example. It's like, it depends on whose story you're adapting as well. Because The Social Network is based on a book, that I believe was largely based on the perspective of Eduardo Savin, I think. Is that his name?
Savin, yeah.
Yeah, not based on like a book where they talk to Mark Zuckerberg. So,
No.
you know what I mean? Like it
another really
thing you're adapting. Who wrote it? The
Yeah.
original story. Who did they talk to?
Important to note that I would never in a million years call The Social Network impressionistic. That just doesn't seem to describe the movie at all. Also,
I don't think I would call it that either.
It's probably one of the better examples I'm aware of a movie that's just fucking excellent, and yet there are things about the real story that it makes up.
Well,
the most famous one is the fact that he got dumped right before starting all of this, because that's just not true.
Well, yeah, it's creating, because obviously The Social Network is trying to tell a story where it essentially treats its characters as characters in the story rather than real people in the real world, in a sense, if you get what I mean, like of treating them as they're a vehicle through which we can tell a story about a few different things, with this central theme binding it all together. And whether or not it's real or not, and accurate or not. But the problem is, again, some people do think that it is accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Some people think The Social Network is accurate, and like will cite it as like, see, that's why Mark Zuckerberg sucks, because he betrayed his friend in this way. And then it's like, well, sure, but I mean, like,
I don't actually know if that's entirely 100% true. This is a movie.
Mm-hmm. It's a movie, yeah.
Diston's whole messy life into a single coherent narrative. It's for that.
Don't have your text pop up with the last thing going backwards.
Yeah.
That's just, don't do that.
Reason I find it hard to agree with those who argue a biopic's merit begins and ends with its historical accuracy.
Honestly, is anyone
feel that way though? How many people actually feel that the conversation begins and ends with historical accuracy?
Maybe a small segment of people where the Venn diagrams of people who are extremely invested in history and cannot decouple those two things intersect.
Yeah, but I feel like it doesn't even reference, because with Napoleon, because obviously that's what's, prompted this video, is Napoleon. And it's like, well, I mean, I don't feel like I'm in that cross-section at all of people who think it begins and ends with historical accuracy, but, like, the things that he said still annoyed me.
Yeah.
and the nature of, like, the film and the things he chose to omit still annoys me, so...
I'm not sure hardly anyone actually believes it begins and ends with historical accuracy, so I'm not sure why you've picked that person to argue with.
Well, the details of life are important. It's films to be beat for beat reenactments of history. That said, what I'd argue is
he's doing it again.
That's what people want.
That's not what people are asking.
Argue is essential for a biopic to get right is the essence of its subject, capturing who that person was and how they saw the world.
Okay, so I think maybe there's something there. It's so vague. It makes I don't even know where to start.
And again, I feel like there are still going to be exceptions here of historical films that don't even do this, that people still consider really good films.
Like maybe The Social Network. I don't know. Like its depiction of that character is rather negative, and it's like, well, do we know that this is exactly what he was like?
And of course, he's far more witty in that film than he is in real life.
Yes.
Because of course, Aaron Sorkin characters, so everybody is very witty.
And quick.
And The Social Network, I think, is one of David Fincher's best films. That's definitely competing for the top spot. That's an excellent film, and I don't really assess it at all based on its accuracy, like historical accuracy. Which I guess is funny, because I feel like a lot of people are also more chill on that, and then it would again point to that something that's going to influence how much people care about the idea of its accuracy as well. How much do we care about the accuracy of a story that's about a few people creating a social network company compared to how do we feel about the accuracy of something that's, around World War I or II, for instance?
Yeah.
Like around a major figures or major events that result in a lot of people dying, that those sorts of things are
going to... nations that are still around.
Or even just very important historical events that may have changed the way that, the the rest of history unfolded. I mean,
Well,
I know
again,
like
that's
300
Napoleon,
is one
you
of
know.
Zack Snyder's is probably Zack Snyder's best movie, right? Like, I think we would probably.
It's up there.
Well, he was just the director of it, or what was his involvement in the movie?
300 is based on the
It's based on the graphic novel.
by
Yeah,
Frank
Yeah.
Miller, but he directed it.
okay,
He directed the film.
Yeah.
I think it probably is, but he was directing it basing it off of something else. A lot of things
Yeah.
had to line up for him to make a movie that ultimately wasn't good,
yeah.
but was entertaining and goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, the main point that I'm trying to raise there too is that like 300's not a fantastic movie, but it is, you know, like people don't really expect historical accuracy from watching it. You know, like he's adapting a graphic novel by a guy who's pretty stylized in general, and he's kind of getting the tone of the Battle of Thermopylae in a mythological sense, as opposed to being literally accurate about it,
Yeah.
right? So.
I think it's interesting that he brings up The Social Network when he's saying that I don't think historical films have an obligation to be beat for beat historically accurate as long as they get the essence of the character right. And it's like, well,
Yeah, it's a really bad example.
Yeah,
I think it's a bad example. I think that might be one of the biggest inaccuracies in the movie potentially, you know, because we don't have all the facts on what really happened in The Social Network in real life, that is. But one of the biggest gripes people have is how Mark Zuckerberg is portrayed. It's like, well, if they didn't get the essence of him right, that kind of beats your whole argument.
And I
I'm
mean,
not sure
does that
that's
make
the
it a
standard.
bad film? It's like, well, I don't think so. I think it's an excellent film, regardless of whether it's accurate or not.
And I think there is a world I could see, you know, a movie maybe about Napoleon where he is behaving the way he does in Napoleon, as opposed to how he probably was in real life. That isn't a boring, bland piece of shit that's a slog to get through, you know? Like there's a good story about a kind of a haphazard dude rising through the ranks to become one of the most powerful people in the world, and then his downfall. It's not a impossible story to tell. It's just like if you've got a better, you didn't do a great job with it, and if you had a better story ready to go in the history, it's one of those ones where you start asking why make that change in the first place if you couldn't even commit to it and do it well.
You can modify the details of someone's life story to create a more cohesive story, but so long as you remain true to who the person you're depicting was, you can avoid the nastier consequences of outright revisionism.
I feel like I only want to use the word revisionism. I feel like it's very loaded. I only want to use revisionism when it is like politically motivated in how it lies about what happened, or when it's trying to push a political agenda or a cultural agenda. I don't want to confuse revisionism with just artistically wanting to, you know, separate from real events, in the same way that I wouldn't call Wolfenstein revisionism.
Yeah, or would we like Inglourious Bastards is pretty, you know, like you could argue maybe revisionist, but I don't know if that's a word I would choose for that.
Yeah, because of the context and sort of just the weight that word has. If you said Inglourious Bastards is revisionism, it almost makes me think that a Nazi would say that more than like a normal person, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well,
like you're trying to tarnish Hitler's good name. It's Inglourious Bastards is revisionist history. It's like, well, it's not trying to deceive anyone or push a political agenda, really. It's just like a different take on, you know, that it's just, I think the content, I think it's just become too loaded of a word to use in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, like, it applies pretty heavily to the Woman King, right? The revisionist label.
Yeah, that comes across as revisionist, yeah. You're trying to, get people to think a certain way about certain people and, cover up for certain people based off of, we'll say, where their ancestors are from.
To Ridley Scott's...
all right, chill out.
But before we go any further, if you want to be
It's a little...
and now today's sponsor.
It's not that interesting of a film, right?
I don't know. I think he might have loved it. We'll see.
A master tactician like Napoleon on the battlefield, then you're going to
Then
want to
you're gonna
want to
get
master
brilliant.
geometry.
Oh,
and
yeah,
most
brilliant. We're
importantly,
doing a brilliant
stay
ad.
sharp with today's sponsor.
Holy
Brilliant.
shit.
Called it. It's
Oh,
pretty
it's so
good.
boring. And so, hey, look, if you want to learn how to do military tactics, then that's related to geometry or something. Yeah, brilliant. There we go.
You're almost a master tactician yourself there, Fringy. It was a good prediction.
God.
I want these people, when they promote stuff like Brilliant or whatever, I want them to say, what did you use Brilliant for, you person who accepted money to show this product? Which is fine if it's a product that's good and you use it and you think it's actually worth. That's fine. I ain't got a problem with sponsorships. But did you use it? Did you really vouch for it? Did you use this product to actually learn something? Did you? And if so, what was it?
Maybe he did.
Maybe he did. That's what I'd like to see.
Brilliant. With Brilliant is super intuitive and easy. Their lesson layout and
because
way
they
of
told you that, or
engaging
because
with you
it's
is
true?
super effective.
Oh no, every
and makes learning
ad is the whole idea with Brilliant is it's like you learn complex stuff, but in a way that's like easier. That's basically what Brilliant is. So you can learn like maths, geometry, physics, and stuff like that, but presented with like graphics and things to make it easier to understand.
Yeah, I get the concept. What I'm talking about is when he was given all of the material from Brilliant to put in his video. This is like you're just reading off the script that they gave you, but did you actually confirm that it's intuitive and easy? Because I know that's what they say, but pardon me for being a bit skeptical, but I feel like Brilliant is a little biased. So did you take a few moments? Because like if you're making good views on your YouTube channel, these sponsorships, they pay you a lot of money. So I feel like you owe it to, us and everyone to
maybe he did,
double check. Which maybe he did, which is sure, but I guess we'll find out. But right now, this is just I'm reading the things they told me to say. So
things on a daily. So easy. This kind of learning has been proven to be 6 times more efficient than the regular boring lectures you could
by
sit
who?
through.
Wait, what?
Wait a minute.
Where'd you get 6 from?
Where did you get that? Did you check? Did you ask for a source? I feel like if someone gave me that to read, I would go, wait, who said this? Did you make this up? I feel like including the source would be better for the ad.
Yeah, this is giving me like Goodwill Hunting kind of vibes here.
This is giving me 9 out of 10 dentist vibes is what this is giving me. It's like we found one person who said that 6 times of
Why would you go to a lecture on, complex mathematics when you could have just, paid for a Brilliant subscription and a library CAD, that kind of thing.
It's so easy. It's 6 times easier.
6 times better than a college degree, man. Like
I don't know how old you guys are, but did you guys in school, learn the Dewey Decimal System?
I didn't.
Did I learn the Dewey Decimal System? No, I don't think. I know it's the library. It's how the libraries organize stuff.
Yeah, you learn the Dewey Decimal System so that when you go to the library, the big building where all the physical books are, it helps you track down where a book might be so that you could get it and read it and learn information. So it's like a 3-digit number system where the first digit will be like a general thing, and then it's how you essentially use a library's catalog system to find books for you to read. It's something
we weren't
that
taught the specific system.
Yeah, we did. I've never used it. Never ended up using the Dewey Decimal System. But it's like how every day when my head hits the pillow at the end of every day, I close my eyes and I say, just another day where I didn't have to use sine, cosine, or tangent. And then I sleep and dream my little dreamy dreams.
Everything you learn Brilliant, you learn by doing, creating drag and drop coding, forming charts and graphs, and so much more. The way they present new information makes even the most abstract ideas and concepts easy to understand and relate to. At the end of the day,
easier.
You'll actually understand what you're learning, which isn't that the whole point of...
I just feel like with something like this, you have to... it's just a commercial. This is a commercial he's paid to say. Like, does it really, if it's that good, if you're so enthusiastic about it, like, you could use it. And then you could be, like, because I've got a company. Maybe he does, and it just didn't make it into part of the ad, or maybe it's coming up. Maybe he'll say, "Now I used it for this, this, and this, and I just spent this amount of time, and I feel like I learned a lot." So we'll see.
I just find this segue funny. Do you want to be like Napoleon? Get brilliant.
He's like, I don't think so, or maybe I do. I don't know. I don't know if I want to rule Europe.
Yeah, that's one thing that Ridley Scott omitted from the film is how many hours Napoleon spent studying tactics on Brilliant. Yeah. His Brilliant subscription was not included. That was a pretty vital part of his character, I hear. So, yet another count against Mr. Scott.
What a shame.
Skill, learning, you want to be able to practice it, retain everything Brilliant has to offer for free for 30 days. Visit brilliant.org/filmspeak or click the link in the description. The first 200 of you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. Again, that's brilliant.org.
What does that mean? What's a premium subscription? You didn't tell me what that is.
You'll find out by going and checking and seeing.
Yeah, learn by doing.
You're selling me things that you couldn't even explain to me. Oh, you just read the thing that they told you on the email and you took the money. Okay.
Brilliant.
For 30-day trial. Seriously, don't miss this. Brilliant rules. I've used their stuff before and I feel like I've gotten smarter.
To use this Brilliant rules? What?
No, Brilliant rules. It's so cool.
No, that's not how he said it.
Again, that's brilliant.org/filmspeak for a free 30-day trial. Seriously, don't miss this. Brilliant rules. I've used their stuff before and I feel like
that's depressing.
He did kind of just
you hear that and it's just a bit depressing.
I've gotten smarter myself, which
oh, fake laugh. Don't do that.
Oh, you know what? That's another Fringy. That's another thing on EFAP when people say, What's some advice that you would give to someone who's starting up a YouTube channel and getting into the space and maybe podcasting? I'd say, all that microphone stuff and like caring about the stuff that you talk about and being engaged. Nah, fuck that. The first thing you need to do is you need to practice your fake laugh. All right?
You should practice your fake laugh, yeah.
Because people can tell, and it's super cringe. And if you're not, practice your fake laugh. It will carry you far if you can make a convincing laugh.
For your convincing laugh, is you need to let go of your ego of sounding. Something that you can really tell with a lot of fake laughs is that it's very contained. It's like, well, I don't want this to sound too
enthusiastic. I don't want this laugh to sound funny.
No. I mean, yeah, pretty much.
I don't want this laugh to have any
it'll be like
humanity in it.
Joy.
And it's like, oh wow, you had total control over that compared to what laughter actually is, which is when you kind of lose a little bit of control. Like if you're particularly enjoying the joke.
A laugh is when you're faking a laugh, you need to actually imagine something that's funny. You need to be looking at something that you enjoy or that you like. It needs to be in your face. When you laugh, I need to be able to sort of feel the expression that's actually on your face when you make that fake laugh. You need to allow your body, because when you laugh, you use more than your face. Your shoulders kind of bob a little bit, and maybe you back away from the mic or you turn your head. You smile in the way that your lips kind of curl on your face when you talk with a smile, sort of comes through in the sound, and you get into the expression. Your eyes kind of narrow. And it's learn your fake laughs, people. If you're gonna shill a product, then at least work on your fake laugh.
Brilliant.org/filmspeak for a free 30-day trial. Seriously, don't miss this. Brilliant rules. I've used their stuff before and I feel like I've gotten smarter myself, which I definitely need that because after this take, yeah, you all probably thinking I'm a big dummy. But thank you so much to.
You haven't made the take yet.
You haven't really made you haven't said anything.
You didn't say anything that I could. You just sound like you accepted money to say a commercial.
Brilliant this video. I'll be honest, this was one of the harder videos for me to conceptualize, strangely enough, because it's been almost impossible to talk about this film without stumbling into discourse about whether the creative liberties it takes with Napoleon's life story are insignificant or downright damning.
Well, no, you could just make a video that doesn't talk about those things. You get to make your videos. I think we get this on EFAP a lot of time. I think YouTubers sometimes forget that they are the ones who make their videos. They could be about whatever you want them to be about.
Yeah.
You can just talk about the movie however you want to. You don't have to talk about the historical aspect at all if you don't want to.
You could say right from the beginning, I don't know much about the history. I'm more concerned with how it works as a movie. So I'm going to talk about that. And then you can do that.
And also, I really like this still from Succession, because in the back left, you get a subtle reminder about what the 4th season was.
Brutal.
Usually, wade into something like this because I'm not exactly, but with Napoleon, I think.
Why would he play a clip? What was the clip of Succession there for?
I guess awkward. I guess like feeling uncomfortable. Like, oh, I'm not qualified for this. I think that's what it was.
Okay.
You also don't need to be.
Remember when the first 3 seasons of Roman were about him learning to become more qualified about running a company and being in the business space?
What, you mean remember when we thought it was heading in a direction and then
then it turns out, no, fuck you, 4th season, you're all shit. Fuck all of you. Ugh. I will never not be salty about that show. We binged that shit we binged it harder than anything else we've watched.
I think we might have. We were going through like 5-6 episodes a day.
It was legit, and you people, you were bothering us. We were just, the cartoon faces on the internet that talked to me. They were like, "Oh, when are you guys up so we could watch Succession?" And we were pestering each other, and we were begging each other, "No, stay up another hour so we could watch another episode." Yeah. Even through the 3rd season, which was still good, we were like, "Yeah, we want to see more," and then. Fuck, that 4th season hit us like a freight train. It's like someone flicked a switch.
Yep, it's sad. Makes me sad.
Yeah. Back to Napoleon.
I've a fairly decent leg to stand on, if you will. While I'm no Napoleonic scholar, I've read a fair bit about the man, including Andrew Roberts' gargantuan biography, Napoleon, A Life. And while I'm...
Okay, you read the gargantuan biography about Napoleon? All right.
Interesting fact is that when I was doing a little bit of research before this video, not into Napoleon himself necessarily, but historians' takes on the film, one of the people who's harshest about the movie, at least publicly, is the guy who wrote this book. Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
There's a funny clip of him on, I think, Sky News or some British news show, and he's being asked about this movie. And at one point, he's asked... how much of this movie would you say is accurate? And he says, well, the movie is about 2 hours and 38 minutes. And I think about 38 minutes of it is accurate. He's not kind to it. He says a lot of things that people in the chat have already said that, like, you have a really interesting story already here. Why would you change it? He makes a lot of those points. He's not a fan of the movie. And it's interesting that the one book that our friend here has read comes from a guy who thought they did an awful job. So
that's kind of amusing.
It's also interesting that he would read a gargantuan biography about Napoleon, but I feel like he didn't set aside any time to check and see if brilliant was all it was. Oh, that's fine. Maybe he was busy. He was busy.
Well aware the film is rife with small inaccuracies, I think it succeeds at painting a portrait of the man Napoleon may have been, which I haven't really seen it get much.
I feel like with all the documentation, you don't have to try and find out who he may have been.
That's interesting.
Well,
it's really interesting that he says that he read this gigantic tome of a biography about Napoleon, and I've read the prologue of that book, and one of the takeaways from this movie that I got was this feels very not like the guy that book was about. So I'm curious...
You don't even need to really be a scholar of his life to understand that. Like, I don't know how he led armies and became emperor when he's this uncharismatic.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's something that it's just everybody understands, was that he was incredibly charismatic. I mean, he came back to France and was like, guys, come on, like, join my army. Let's like. I want to be in charge again, and they all just did. Like, that's what happened. Yeah. He just came back to France and took over again.
It's also funny. that he would cite this tome as something he read to say that, you know, they got a lot of small things wrong, but I think they nailed who he was as a person. It's like, well, not according to the guy who wrote that book.
Well, it's just funny to say that they're small. They're not.
They're not small.
They're not small. They're pretty
and they
massive.
affect who he is as a person, like the pyramids thing. That really says a lot about who he was, that he would apparently shoot cannons at like one of the world's great monuments.
With utter indifference. Yeah, with utter indifference.
I would also like to say that speaking of historical authenticity, I don't know if this is historically accurate, but Little Rags was an altar boy many years ago in my life. I was big into Jesus. So I see those altar boys on the right-hand side of the thing, and I'm like, wow, that's literally what we would wear. We would wear the cassock and the surplice that goes over it. I can't believe I remember the fucking names. But that's exactly what we would wear, just like that. It looks like they went to, like, I don't know, altarboyclothes.com or whatever, and they just bought some. Or maybe the reason we wore it is because they wore it back in the day. I don't know, but it's just like it's like looking at a photograph of my childhood because of those colors and everything. I'm like, jeez.
Maybe you're French.
Maybe. I hope not, but
like in terms of to bring it back to this observation is made, it's another thing that I've seen criticized about the film, because the film, like, it doesn't show anything about his essentially political life, like any of the reforms that he made, or like essentially like what was his nature as a ruler of France. It was only about his relationship with his wife and then his military stuff. And then even on the military side, it's like, if you watch the film, I don't know, do you get a really good... I mean, if it was your only experience of Napoleon, would you come away thinking that he is regarded as one of the most brilliant strategists of all time? I don't think you would.
No,
I certainly would
not. The Austerlitz, like, sequence was weird. That was just, like, bizarrely put together. It was strange. It was weird.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of thing that you don't have to make up. Battles, all of these historical battles are very, very documented. So you don't have to, it's all there. Like, all this stuff, like, it's just there. Just do what actually happened. You don't have to make shit up.
You don't need to make it up, because what happened was crazy. Like, the things that happened in these battles was insane.
He's pretty well known because he was able to pull off some stuff that a lot of people at the time might have even considered to be impossible. So, you know, it's...
You don't need to make up that he lured the enemy onto a frozen lake and then shot cannonballs so that they would all fall into the lake, which didn't happen. You don't need to make that up, because what actually happened was pretty crazy in and of itself.
Well, yeah, as I understand it, all of them falling into the ice, in reality, it was at most about 200. Like, at most, it was something like 200, 300, not thousands. It's not like the whole army got sunk into the ice.
Yeah, and they never shot cannonballs into it either, because they've looked and they're not there. That's how we can know, Ridley, by the way, is we can go to the lake and we can see if there's any cannonballs.
Yeah, these battles weren't fought on the moon. Like, they happened in real locations.
Yeah.
Credit for his first trailer, Napoleon made discern about the infamous French monarch its primary selling point. It promised to disentangle Napoleon the man from Napoleon the myth, or at the very least, highlight the very ways in which the man conformed with...
We can say this about Snefru. We can say this about, you know, the old kings of old and old emperors
Snefru?
And things like that. But Snefru built the Great Pyramid.
Oh, okay. Sounds like a Dr. Seuss character.
He might have been. It's very possible. I won't discount it. But Egypt is it's a silly place. But like Napoleon the myth sounds like something that you would say if you haven't read about Napoleon. Now, and I don't know much about Napoleon, but I feel like with a man as documented as this, the myth of Napoleon is like saying, like, the myth, Abraham Lincoln, the myth is like, I don't know what like
Depends on how you use the word, but I see your point. Yeah, I guess what he's trying to say is that there's a sort of myth being built up around him as solely great man, very impressive, did awesome stuff. And I think he will go on in this video to purport that this movie tries to show more like what he was actually like, and kind of tear down at the myth, but it strikes me with especially how much that they just invent for the sake of the movie, that this isn't a sort of attempt to demythologize a real person. It's almost like building a negative myth instead. You know what I mean? The movie feels honestly quite disrespectful to him. You know, it's one thing to say, you know, he had some darker sides too. He did some terrible things or whatever, and try to show the good and the bad. But this movie seems to be more concerned with, no, he was only kind of bad. So it almost seems like its own kind of myth making, not the opposite.
Contrasted against the legendary image he forged for himself. In addition to taking liberties to streamline the narrative and place Napoleon in the heart of the action, such as putting him in the crowd for Marie Antoinette's execution,
when he was
or
absolutely
on the front
not
lines
there.
of Borodino and Waterloo, Scott and screenwriter David Scarpa
again. So like,
that's a weird one too, because that's the opening. That's the opening of the film.
Opening of the film, and it communicate. It's like he wasn't there. He wasn't in Paris. It's right from the get-go. It's like, oh, okay, yeah.
That's the kind of one where if the movie was better in every other way, I'd be fine with, because it's like, okay, you wanted to smash these two things together to make clear how the French Revolution affects his story. You know, like he wasn't there, but you put him there for the sake of the story, all else being faithful. I'd be okay with that. It's the kind of poetic license, for lack of a better word, that might be okay if there weren't way bigger problems littered throughout the movie.
That's the thing. The small things could be overlooked. I think that would be the way that people feel. Like the small things could be overlooked if the bigger things were accurate, but because they're not, now it's like everything that isn't accurate is everybody's looking at like, all right, so what was the angle? Like, what was your goal here? Or did you just not know?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting.
How could you know?
How would we know? We weren't there. We don't know anything. But it's interesting that, like, you know, you can see what it's trying to do, putting him in the in the crowd as Marie Antoinette's being executed, is establishing him as a man deeply affected by and sort of like essential, I guess is a good word, to the French Revolution. But the fact that he's even able to take power and become an emperor after growing up impoverished on some little backwater island in the Mediterranean at the time, right? Like that story alone, the real history kind of accomplishes that as well. So we've changed one thing to sort of get that into the film, and then we've completely thrown the main, like we've thrown all the like the actual history that would support that completely out, essentially. That's nowhere in the movie.
I also didn't feel like the movie did a very good job of showing how the chaos after the French Revolution led to him becoming emperor, because I think it's pretty obvious that those things are related, right?
Yeah.
I would say it's just we get no insight at all into what Napoleon thought about any of the political changes that were happening in France at that time. And I guess that would be his thing. It's like, oh yeah, he didn't care. It's like, oh, did he not? Like, did he not have an opinion on the French Revolution?
He seemed fine with fighting on their behalf against, the people who wanted the monarchy back, obliterating civilians in a crowd with cannons. He seemed more concerned with beating people with cannons than any of the social and political change happening around him.
What a cool also guy. Incorporated numerous homages to famous artwork of Napoleon. Unlike other liberties.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, yes, so what do you think that the art was a?
Yeah, it's just pretty funny because the film does, because I have the one of him in front of the Sphinx of it, like basically just trying to emulate exactly what the painting looked like, same as here. It's like, okay, yeah, no, okay, yep. Sure, but what's the point?
Big fucking candles. Look at how big those things are back there.
They're pretty large.
Those are massive.
You gotta get on a massive ladder to to light those ones. Look at how long the biggest are.
Now we used to have. Here's another Ultra story. We had these big old things, these big old sticks that had a little wick at the end of it, and you had a little slider that would take this really long wick, and you could raise it up super high, and you could light candles that word. 10 plus feet off the ground. He's reached this thing up and light it from far away. It's really cool. It's the coolest thing ever at that age.
Cooler than cannons?
There's an entire industry, or it's like a mini industry around making sure altar boys have clothing and they can light candles from vast distances. Carry on.
These references serve to deconstruct the mythology surrounding Napoleon, directly quoting.
I'm going to say it again. You're just inventing a new one. That's what you're doing.
No, they're deconstructing the mythology surrounding Napoleon. In much the same way that Rian Johnson deconstructed the myth surrounding Luke Skywalker.
Honestly, there's a little twinge of that.
Yeah.
In here. We'll see it, but there's some stuff he does that feels like purposefully disrespectful that I'm not sure why it's in the movie otherwise. I think it's coming up.
Pieces that have contributed to our cultural perception of the French leader in order to subvert them. Two notable paintings recreated in the film are Jean-Léon Gérôme's Oedipus and Marie Sorange's Bonaparte at the Pyramids. Both of these paintings are considered iconic images of Napoleon and have informed the way we remember him to this very day. But Scott isn't simply interested in recreating them to replicate the grandeur they convey. He's deliberately evoking an image we strongly associate with the man in order to challenge it. Scott's quote of Oedipus is immediately followed by the now infamous scene of Napoleon's troops firing cannons at the Great Pyramids.
But he didn't do that. That didn't happen.
It's really weird that he would take such an interest in ancient Egypt, and then he'd be like, you know what? You see those pyramids over there? Shoot them with cannons, and destroy them, turn them into rubble.
If you wanted to move past that, it's like, how is this like a winning war strategy? Because like the way that it's played in the film is he shoots the pyramid, and then the shock knocks some guy off his horse, like a guy who's rallying his troops on the other side. It knocks him off the horse, and that's how you're meant to be like, oh, I guess he won. It's like, oh, that's just like stupid. That doesn't even like.
That doesn't even make any sense. Like it's going to stop that line from charging him.
Accuracy. Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't play right. It doesn't even make sense.
I haven't even seen the movie, and the more as time goes on, the more I'm glad that this seems to be the case. But I would look at both of these paintings and what it portrays, and I get the impression that Napoleon might be terrified that one of his cannons might accidentally roll too far and damage the pyramids. I get the complete opposite impression than what the movie seems to portray. That he had such an interest in this exotic ancient history that he would even say in the movie, you could have him going like, no, we can't fight them here because we'll damage the pyramids and we don't want to do that.
The way that the film plays it at this point is like very apathetic. He's often apathetic in the film. It just seems like he doesn't really have a perspective on anything.
Fun.
So fucking boring to watch, honestly.
It's dull. It's super dull.
Joaquin Phoenix is not doing a fantastic job with a character.
It seems like it might be what Ridley Scott wanted, because Joaquin Phoenix clearly can act very well. So maybe he's just doing what.
Oh no, he's doing what he's being given. You know, like that's it's just not it's just not good. It's basically.
Similarly, his homage to Bonaparte at the Pyramids gives way to a comedic beat in which Joaquin Phoenix's Napoleon climbs onto a crate to put himself at eye level with the ancient pharaoh, only for that moment to linger awkwardly, as if to punctuate its utter insignificance, despite Napoleon's desire for it to be profound.
Yeah, well, if it was a really good film, it might be trying to say something about how the people who were once regarded as gods in the ancient world, and here they are in a box mummified, and we know so little about them, and they've sort of passed into or how they've passed into myth and legend, and he's looking at the the physical format of what one of the most powerful people in the world of its time, and how he sees himself compared to that person, and if he wants to emulate that or if he wants to rise above it, or all these things I'm making up. That may be in the film, but
because now that he's pointing that out, it's like, because there was also the scene with when they did the coup, like the way that was in the film was like he got attacked by a bunch of the people, then he ran outside and stumbled down the stairs, ran outside, and then came back in with his army. I feel like that is that because when it's like, damn, I guess, yeah, they're trying to, that there were a lot of scenes in the film where that was essentially, it's like, oh, take a thing that happened and then present him as like a bumbling fool in that moment.
A little bit. I think there's a little bit. I'm sure Ridley Scott was going for some of the things Rags just mentioned here, but the fact that it was more played as a joke, like, haha, he's short compared to him and he's got a big ego, so he wants to be taller than him, so he grabs a box and stands on it. That seemed to be the main takeaway. And
Yeah,
that's
that was
the whole scene. The scene is over now. And I
and
remember
that's not
thinking,
like, how can you present that as like a really cool subversion? It's like one of the most common things people point out about Napoleon was he was short. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like this is like a profound new take on Napoleon.
There's also the fact that for the time he was average height. I don't even know if Ridley Scott knows that, to be honest. I have no idea.
Well, if he did, that's not even enough to ask. You have to ask the follow-up question, which was, if he did know, does he give a shit?
Yeah. Well, then again, was anybody there? Were you there? Did you see how short he was?
Was you there with a measuring tape to measure the emperor?
Yeah, it's wild. It just seems like a joke at his expense, and it's just more evidence piled on for he has a big ego, which seems to be the main thrust of the film, honestly. Like, that's what you're meant to take away, is that he was a giant inflated ego. Like, that's what he was as a
like
person.
a giant undeserved inflated ego from
whereas like maybe that's a big part of it. There's definitely comments and stuff you can look up and things he said that make you think, oh wow, yeah, he really did have a high opinion of himself. A lot of it was warranted, not all of it.
If you did all that shit, I would imagine that you probably do have quite a high opinion of yourself. I think it'd be strange if you didn't.
He made himself emperor, like, and got away with it.
Yeah. People who do that sort of thing generally have a decently deep well of self-esteem to draw from.
And something to base it on. Like, it's not all a joke. It's not all undeserved, as the movie would have you believe.
I remember listening to a story about it was about World War I and how many people were, being slaughtered. How many French soldiers in particular were being slaughtered at, Verdun every day for a while. But there was a quote from Napoleon that the podcaster kind of slid in there about putting things in perspective. One of Napoleon's most famous quotes is he's talking to an Austrian king, and he says something like, "You can't beat me. I spend 30,000 lives per month," which is just this like bravado of callousness, you could read it in a way, but like also just a person who knows that he has behind him this group of people who will throw themselves to like slaughter just for him because he says so, and he knows that he can back that up, right? Like, that is it's so not present in this depiction of him that it makes me wonder, like, again, like, why are we even telling this story? What is the point?
Well, if you watch the film treating it like Napoleon was a fictional character that was created for the film, you would be saying, man, it seems like convenient bordering on just like absolute absurdity that he has mustered any forces. Like, that it would be just an absurd, like, oh wow, he just talked them into letting him through and joining him when he came back to take over France, or like, oh wow, like, how did he even manage to get all this respect? You'd be watching it and be like, how did he manage to do this? And it's like, yeah, it's because the film on its own is not very good. It doesn't do a good job of actually explaining or justifying how he managed to accrue his power, why anybody liked him. Even putting to one side the conversation about historical accuracy or lack thereof, one of the things I feel is important to keep reinforcing is like the film as a story is not very good.
I totally agree. I'll give you an example of just that moment that you talked about. This is when he returns from his first exile, and he is coming back, and he's leading an army of something like 700 men in real life. I don't know how many it was in the film. It was just a large amount. And he's coming back, and the British-controlled French government is like, we should send some troops to intercept him. So they meet somewhere out in the countryside, and he gets off his horse. So this is what happens in real life.
He does that on screen?
Okay. It took me a second. But, he dismounts his horse, and he goes out. He leaves his men behind him, and he approaches the soldiers in front of him, and he gets in range of their guns, and he says, "Here I am. Kill your emperor if you wish." And then they say, "Long live the emperor," except in French. And that's how he wins them over. which is a kind of a ballsy thing to do, I would say.
It's a bit of a Chad move, all right?
Yeah. And in the movie, he walks up, and instead of saying, "Here I am, kill your emperor if you wish," he says, "Do you recognize me? Do you recognize me? I miss you. I am melancholy for my home and our victories together. I want to come home. Will you join me?" And then they're like, "Long live the emperor." It's like, I don't believe you, movie. Like,
exactly. If the only reason that you accept it is because, well, in reality, he did actually convince them to join him.
Yeah, it's just like, I miss you. I'm melancholy. It's like, I don't know if that's going to rally the troops in the same way.
I think the film's. This is what the film wants of you. It wants you to know who he was, but not too much, because then you would start to realize how much of it is. But like, it wants you to know who he is so that you can fill in the blanks rather than the film having to do it for you, like it would have to do if it was fiction completely, like completely fictional characters.
Absolutely. Someone else mentioned something. Where is it? Hold on. Where is it? Didn't the actor say that as Joaquin Phoenix said he had no idea what to do with him? And then someone else brought up that Joaquin Phoenix said, "I had no idea how to play this part, who Napoleon was." So like, it took a long time for them to like understand like Ridley Scott's vision for who the character is. But the funniest part about Joaquin Phoenix's take on all this is a quote he said. Where is it? If you really want to understand Napoleon, then you should probably do your own studying and reading, because if you see this film, it's the experience told through Ridley's eyes.
That's a diplomatic way to honestly, say that this is a load of horse shit. But yeah, all right.
If you want to understand who Napoleon is, go look it up yourself. This movie's not going to tell you.
This movie's not going to do it for you, bud. There's a 700-page book you probably would have better luck with.
Yeah.
In both cases, Scott deliberately subverts the mythology of Napoleon to create a visual shorthand for the way in which Napoleon's conquest of Egypt reflected his fundamental character flaws, rather than simply showing...
Okay.
I don't know if you can cite something he didn't do because he felt the opposite way in real life as evidence of his character flaws.
No, it doesn't really make any sense at all. It just doesn't make any sense.
He wouldn't have done that. Instead, what he did, as has been mentioned already, he brought like 100 scientists and archaeologists to Egypt, and they did careful work to recover artifacts and things because he cared.
Well, they did their best.
Okay, yeah.
They were still figuring it out, but yeah, basically.
But essentially, it was him going over there and bringing all those people with him, essentially kickstarted renewed interest in Egypt, right?
Yeah, it was like the founding of the modern concept of archaeology essentially began there. The practices and the studies and the whole element of preservation, we kind of, as far as I know, we sort of owe to that. Which, by the way, is something that I learned from... See, if you want to do it, your plugin, that's what I learned from Wondrium, which was at the time called the Great Courses Plus, on a series of lectures that I listened to on my second monitor on Egypt. One of the lectures had a section on the beginnings of archaeology, and it talked about Napoleon. And so, there's your
plug
tie-in for the plug for the thing. Yeah,
something you actually used and
something I could actually use and learn.
So he subverted. Wasserman says so. He subverted mythology by injecting his own mythology, essentially.
Yeah.
Listen. Shitty mythologies lose to better mythologies, or whatever. I don't know. Lol.
Story of...
Someone else has mentioned that Waterloo is apparently one of the best movies for stuff like this. I've heard that as well.
Plus, it's great song. Honestly, one of my favorites. It's no Mamma Mia. It's no Mamma Mia, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. All right.
Showing us Napoleon at the Sphinx because it's an image we recognize, the film uses the juxtaposition between that heroic composition and the immediate bombardment of the pyramid to make a point.
What's the point it's trying to make?
We've created
I don't understand.
Real quick, I just...
Nothing more.
One of the
Wait, he's about to state it.
Okay, go for it.
He's about to state it. Yeah.
Here's his point.
Between that heroic composition and the immediate bombardment of the pyramid to make a point. That despite the mythology we've created around Napoleon, he was nothing more than a petty vandal who destroyed things to further his ambition.
Oh,
this was your takeaway from going through that 780 page book on this man?
That's
is
the takeaway from the movie.
Just-
Honestly, we'll give him
I know
that.
virtually nothing about Napoleon, but just what I learned from that little Wondrium thing about the guy talking about Napoleon, it just gives me the impression that he even if it was in a flawed way for the time, he did actually care about antiquity and history, because of what he actually seems to have done.
Yeah.
So
This movie just lies about who his character is. Like, that's the point. The movie, he's right that that's the point of the movie. It's just a lie, though.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Well, I guess what's interesting to me is, again, as somebody who doesn't know a whole lot about Napoleon, the idea that you would need some story to, like, knock him down when Napoleon is kind of a caricature, like, is often, you know, like the short man, right? The short man who needs to prove something to the world. Like,
that's the phrase Napoleon complex
named after him.
Exactly. I mean, and also, like, he lost, you know, like, he lost, and like, and it's, yeah, like, this is what I mean, like, it's almost like he's arguing that there's, like, a necessity to knock him down, when it's like, I'm pretty sure, like, as I understand it, that Napoleon is divisive as a figure, that, like, people don't agree or fully on, like, who he was, like, in terms of, like, essentially his legacy, that's something that people disagree on.
Yeah. So and definitely there are things he did in real life that are actually kind of quite egregious. I think one thing that comes up, I don't know a lot about it, but it's like the siege of Jaffa, I believe, is a particularly brutal massacre, depending on how you look at it. But it seems like what the movie does is, instead of trying to go, okay, well, a lot of people have this idea that he was this great, brilliant guy, and that's all he was, and so we're going to try to show both sides. It's like, we're going to show only the negative side, and we're going to make up stuff to make the point even stronger. It's, what are you doing? You could make a movie all about his shortcomings without telling any lies if you wanted to. But they didn't. They made up stuff. They made up stuff he manifestly didn't do. And it's like, if you need to do that,
come up with
point.
interesting ways to look into his character flaws, then, like, that's kind of, I mean, it's kind of your job, you know?
Yeah.
He may literally fired a shot at the pyramids, but the image of him doing so symbolizes the very real destruction his campaign in Egypt wrought. Likewise,
the very real.
Well, why didn't you just show the real destruction then?
Yeah,
like the stuff that actually
instead
happened.
of him shooting the pyramids, which is like, why would you make it seem so comedic? Because I hear, like, that's the thing that I've been using as the joke of what this movie's doing.
Well, people made the memes about it. Do you remember where they had the meme of him firing and then it hit the Transformers on top of the pyramid in Transformers 2? It's a joke. It's a meme.
He hits
Megatron or something.
Oh, I was thinking about the Moon Knight one. The bird and the alligator.
I can't remember what their
names
I can't
remember their names because no one remembers Moon Knight.
Nobody remembers Moon Knight.
We had another big fight at the pyramids. If you live near the pyramids, it just must be an intergalactic nightmare every day.
It's also, I don't know if it's comparable to use this as a shorthand for the people he killed that he was at war with.
I wanted to take issue with that statement earlier because he says that he's like, well, you know, it may not have literally happened, but, you know, it's a symbolic representation of how, you know, the campaign ended. It's just that's not, like, you could have just showed the campaign. You didn't have to create.
You could show people suffering, and that could have been interesting, or like maybe, because I don't know the real history behind it, but why was he there? Who did he fight? Why did he fight them? What was the actual legacy that he left behind?
The gist of why he was there was to weaken British colonial settlements in Africa to prevent them from, like, having trade routes and stuff like that, because they're fighting the British. And essentially, he goes to Egypt.
You do,
yeah, because he didn't really have the naval capability of fighting them there, so he goes to places that they have settlements and control of abroad to sort of fight them on that ground and to prevent them from having trade routes and all that sort of stuff. Which makes sense. That's not really touched on in the movie, why he's there at all. He's just there.
Yeah,
I feel like going to Egypt is a thing you normally have a reason for, especially if you brought an army with you.
Yeah.
Well,
the other thing I would say is that, like, shooting a cannonball at the pyramids is actually not a symbol of what you're claiming it is. Like, it symbolizes something very different.
Yeah, it symbolizes the disrespect of history.
Yes.
Because when I see that, I don't think, oh, he hates Egypt. That's just not what my mind goes to. Because the Egypt of the pyramids it's the totally different Egypt than, what it is really ever been since. So it's just so divorced from that you don't even, like, when you say Egypt, I bet most people don't even think of the modern country Egypt. They think of, like, based cool Egypt.
Yeah, honestly, still probably a lot of people.
Visually quoting the image of Napoleon gazing into a sarcophagus, only to have it devolve into a comedy beat that undercuts his self-importance, reveals the naked egotism that would ultimately lead Napoleon to betray the revolution he once served and crown himself emperor. Scott...
I'm getting EFAP vibes from this one, yeah.
There's a lot there, but I'm almost tempted to just let it go.
Well, I mean, all I was going to say is, again, I feel like if that was something that the film wanted to do, then the film should have probably dedicated more time to his life as a statesman rather than just his marriage and his battles.
Yeah, I was going to say
again, if you watch the film, you would be like, wait, he was actually the ruler of France? Man, we didn't see any of that. You see the coronation, or I guess the crown. What is the coronation, right?
Yeah, the coronation just kind of comes out of nowhere in this film. Is like all of a sudden he's king now, and he's making himself king. But there's not really a lot of context around how this chain of events brought him to this place. So
or why he did it. Than, I guess, the vague idea of ego and his wife, which it's again,
the movie's so concerned with his wife. Unreal.
Oh yeah.
And also, it's weird to phrase it like a betrayal of the French Revolution when the chaos left by the French Revolution is why people wanted him to be emperor. You know what I mean?
Again, it's just the film doesn't really do much to explore why people in France liked him. Or why anybody would like him in the present day either. Like, you don't really like what again, if you take the film as it's a standalone story that isn't based on any historical events, you'd be like, how did he do that? Like, you would be like, how did he become why would
they let him do this? Why did they start this process?
Consul, and then how did he become emperor? How was that allowed to happen? Why would anybody care, like, to support him at all?
Didn't we just watch him blow up a bunch of women and children in the street? Why is he king now? What is this?
Scar approach to the Battle of Austerlitz, playing into mythology rather than history to make a broader point about who Napoleon was.
Well, wait a minute. Why didn't they undercut this one then? Why did he present this one with the actual mythology of, like, thousands of men being cast into the depths when that isn't what happened?
Isn't it more impressive if you show what happened? And I'm thinking, wow, this is what he actually did? This was real?
Remember, Rags, that's the thing. If he's making the point, see, the film is trying to, through, like, filmmaking shorthand, it's trying to subvert the myth. Meanwhile, in this scene, it leans into the myth. It's like, well, wait, what? Like, we'll pick one. Which is it doing? Is he trying to build up, a lot of the sort of, like, the big, tall tales related to the things that he did, or not?
Yeah,
he's not allowed to walk between these 2 points. He needs to pick one. Is the film trying to consistently build up these stories, or is it trying to knock them down?
The film is interested in deconstructing the current mythology about and around Napoleon by creating a new mythology that is pretty much entirely false, as opposed to the other one, which has some kernels of truth. This is all just for...
and I guess what's interesting is, how does any of the things that he's saying right now really deal with a lot of the comments that he made about historical accuracy as, like,
that's
an
a great fucking question. How has
Yeah, what does this have to
none
do
of
with
this,
a lot
none
of
of this has anything to do with him saying, "Were you there?" No. Well, then shut up. You don't get to lecture me about history. Like none of this.
Because that is
has
a
anything to
profoundly
do.
retarded thing to say.
Well, it's a stupid
So,
thing to say. Well beyond the scope of this film.
yeah,
Oh,
that's just
yeah.
like
How
the
do we
mindset of the
know
person
anything
who
about
says that.
history? You weren't there. Like, do you know nothing about like the
Perhaps-
work of historians?
Perhaps worth mentioning that we mentioned that at the beginning, but he didn't.
No,
He didn't bring that up at all.
I feel like that should be the design document around which this like whole video is structured. Like that is such a crazy attitude to have when you're making a movie about a historical figure of this importance, that you could make hours, you could make multiple lectures just talking about that attitude, that quote in and of itself. The way that we engage with information, our maybe duty as a filmmaker, to the people around us, to the people that we're making movies about. Like, at what point do you say maybe we owe it to these old dead people that we maybe don't play super fast and loose with what these events were, especially when they regard so much political upheaval and massive loss of life.
Many historians have taken issue with how much the film emphasizes Napoleon breaking the ice under his enemy's feet. Historical records tell us that this event probably wasn't as significant to the victory as Napoleon made it out to be. Yet,
that's an interesting way of putting it. As I understand it, it's just no. That didn't happen. That's, as I understand it, that is just like completely. Yeah, some people fell in the ice, but it wasn't like the whole army got destroyed because it got lured onto the ice.
And it's the guy who wrote that tome that this guy supposedly read is the one who came out and said, no, there were no cannonballs in the ice at all. This didn't happen. I do question, honestly, whether he read that book. I'm being honest. I don't think he read it.
It's interesting.
I'm getting that vibe
here because he's saying that it may have happened, but it probably wasn't as important as Napoleon made it out to be. I don't know enough about this to know whether or not Napoleon did go around telling people that this happened. But that's that's a completely different claim.
Well, that's a character thing you could explore. If Napoleon, after the battle, is in his courts and you have people asking about the battle, and someone says, I heard from, such and such colonel or whatever, I heard that you did that with the ice and the cannonballs and it swallowed up, a tenth of the, enemy forces. Like, tell us how you did that, or did that really happen? And maybe we lean into this idea that Napoleon just sort of kind of leans into these things that are said about him. He's like, he might not say them himself. Maybe if people spread these stories, he doesn't stop them, or he sort of plays it a little coy with whether or not it did happen, and that could tell us about his character.
Absolutely.
And wouldn't that make him seem just a little bit more charming?
That would be interesting. Yeah, if he's like, you know what, if they want to say I did a really cool fucking thing, then
who's to
who
say
am I to stop him?
I don't know. Were you there?
And plus, tactically speaking, I want people to believe I'm capable of these incredible things. So even if it's a lie and I know it, I want people to think it's the case.
Also, this is the perfect example. If your thesis is we're trying to undermine Napoleon's myth about himself, you're doing the opposite of that here.
He's constructing it, and he's arguing in favor of the fact that the film does it.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense. You need to pick one line of attack, one line of defense, I suppose, for the film. Is it trying to construct, is it trying to build up and bolster the myth, the positive myth, or is it trying to deconstruct that myth? Can't be both at the same time.
The filmmakers chose to depict the myth of thousands of retreating soldiers being violently plunged into the icy lake anyway. I've seen some people accuse this scene of aggrandizing Napoleon, but I think it'd be a mistake to suggest the film is taking Napoleon's version of events at face value.
What?
While it does depict his description of
even though it's presenting
it's presenting it as what happened when you yourself have gone and done the research and found that actually it probably didn't.
To be clear to Rags, who has not seen the movie, nowhere in the film do we see things and then find out that didn't happen. There's no indication that.
Yeah, my understanding is that the film is portraying this as what happened.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely.
framing in a totally different light. Scott frames it as an act of petty revenge, deliberately placing the sequence directly after a scene in which Austria rebuffs France's request for an alliance. This clearly...
That's not petty revenge, that's just warfare.
Well, again, the film doesn't really explain why these wars are even happening in the first place.
No.
Like, if you were watching the film, you wouldn't understand why any of the countries in particular, why they're fighting with England, why they're fighting with like Prussia and then of course there were certain big players that were omitted in completely from the entire story.
Yeah,
that sort of thing. It does remind me of
out, and then the Dutch, I think, are basically like not in the film at all.
Austria is here, but like it's pretty limited, and then the whole campaign in the Iberian Peninsula is pretty much omitted.
The Peninsula War is omitted when I mean that was like
it was huge. He conquered Spain, like.
But also, I mean, as I understand it, that was like the origins essentially of modern guerrilla warfare emerged in that war, and that one was like very Pyrrhic victory. That was over the course of what, like 7 years. It seems like, again, why wouldn't you pick? What's that? Sorry.
What was that phrase you said? Pyrrhic victory? Was that?
Is it Pyrrhic or is it Pyrrhic?
It's Pyrrhic. It's Pyrrhic. It's when you win, but you take such a heavy cost that you pretty much have lost.
Yeah,
gotcha. I hadn't heard that before.
Costly victory, Pyrrhic victory. Yes.
Wait, but did they even win that one, or did they actually lose? Like, I don't.
Yeah, you have to win for it to be a Pyrrhic victory. It's
yeah. Sorry, like I said, I guess my point being that again, it's like what if you wanted to. There's just so much of like the actual nature of these conflicts arising and occurring and how they were handled that is just omitted. That you are, it's just, if you take the film again as its own story about its own characters rather than real historical figures, you'd be lost as to why any of this is happening in the first place, or why you're meant to feel any particular way about these battles and why they're happening.
There's no way to come away from this scene and think that this battle was indicative of him just wanting petty revenge. It's like, oh no, we're just watching him do wars.
If you're deconstructing the myth of Napoleon, then actually it's a pretty cool way to represent that. If he just wanted petty revenge against other countries and he blew
I don't know
them
how
up
you
in
even
the
have
ice,
that takeaway from watching this scene. It's like, how is this? You would just think, oh, he's in another war now.
Video essayists on YouTube are fucking scam artists, and they don't say anything of value. That's why. It's a whole industry of liars and thieves and frauds.
Contextualizes his actions as retribution. Whether the maneuver was as effective as Napoleon described is ultimately less important than the fact he intended to slaughter an already retreating army as callous and vengeful. Again, like with the sequences in Egypt, Scott is taking creative liberties with the...
They didn't surrender, they just retreated.
I just want to like point out that throughout the vast majority of human history, slaughter does not happen in the main battle. It happens when one army breaks and runs and retreats, and the army that has not broken chases them down and kills them. That tends to be how that goes in general.
He didn't slaughter them. They didn't surrender.
Yeah,
that would be an example of like, oh, he kills them anyway. Like that'd be pretty brutal and petty or whatever. But they were there to kill
a very modern look at a lot of this video. It feels like someone who is very much a modern person recounting events from just what would have been a different world, which is probably not the way that you should engage with this.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
History in order to reveal a more abstract truth about Napoleon's
A more abstract truth.
That's a hell of a phrase.
I was about to say, we could have a fucking field day on just the words, a more abstract truth. If something is a more abstract truth, is it more true than something that is a less abstract truth?
Ugh.
I don't even want to think about it.
Worldview. This could have just as easily been achieved by showing Napoleon exaggerating the story after the fact, but depicting
that would have worked pretty well, actually. That would have been pretty interesting, getting Napoleon and how he engages with the potential myths of his own that arise from his exploits and his his commanding of armies. But we wouldn't want to see that.
Not only would that be more interesting. Not only would that be more interesting, but that's a completely different meaning than he's making it seem like that's the same thing that the movie does, but just with a different way of approaching it. That's not what the movie does. The movie presents it like this happened, this was real, and this is what he did. If he's embellishing the fact later, then we'd go, oh, okay, so he embellishes things later. It's like anyway.
Soldiers is more viscerally impactful than simply having him tell an exaggerated story through dialogue would have been.
It's better for
the channel millions of times,
it feels better.
Show, not tell. It's the most
important thing. My God, he's invoking the show don't tell.
Show don't
tell. Oh, come on.
Show don't tell is like it's
ruined a lot of people when it comes to their understanding of writing. I
feel like if just recognizing that a movie, like recognizing the scenes of a movie is like tier 1, and then I feel like when you start learning terms like show don't tell and whatnot, that's like tier 2. And then you get there and it's the great filter for a lot of people. Is it tier 2?
Well, it's just funny that his argument is, see, it's better for show to... This is how you know it's show don't tell. You saw the battle, and if it was in the other scene, he would be telling. It's like, no, but don't you understand that if he was telling it to somebody, we are showing his character. But it's like, no, but he's saying it. That's telling.
Yes, that, but also he's describing the difference between showing the battle and watching him tell a different story.
Exactly, which is showing.
That's not even.
Yeah, telling is when you have Monica Rambeau tell Captain Marvel that she is smart and funny, and everyone like someone telling someone else all the qualities that they already know for the sake of the audience. That's telling.
Well, and it's also pretty funny because the film has a lot of telling of just using the letters between Napoleon and Josephine to be like, oh, I'm here now doing this. It's very thinly veiled exposition a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty funny.
And it's arguing that this scene in particular...
That was how Call of Duty 2 missions began, by the way, if you remember. Call of Duty 2 missions, they began as the letters that the soldier you're playing as writing to... other people, whether it's family or other soldiers or things of that nature. Because Call of Duty used to have actual fucking character and artistry in it. But
sometimes
now it's got Snoop Dogg and King Kong.
They had like the briefings of, but right before an operation with the old projectors as well, and trying to,
or like
you could actually learn about
too with the 501st with the when they have all those detailed little journal or captain's log entries, basically when they're before they drop you into the missions. They do that. Give you the context of what you're about to play through. It's an interesting. Like what he's arguing here, right? Is that like we're seeing this as an exaggerated version of like what Napoleon is telling us, but then earlier in the movie when something else, him shooting the pyramids, was like inaccurately depicted. That's not really the same thing. That's through Ridley Scott's perspective. So essentially the movie is switching the perspective from the director to the character.
Well, like I said, you can't argue both things simultaneously. Is it trying to bolster his myth or deconstruct it? Pick one.
Show don't tell.
Can do storytelling. It may not be how things but it creates
the way you said it. It may not be how things
he had that scratch when he said actually,
like as if it's like, oh wow, you fool, being annoyed that it's completely, it's just completely wrong.
I know people do this a lot when they defend something that totally misrepresents historical reality, especially when the criticism is like, oh, what actually happened is more interesting. They always have this desire to be like, oh, you care about what actually happened? That'd be so boring if we saw what actually happened.
What if we made shit up? What if imagine being Napoleon and learning that this director didn't think that your battle was like entertaining enough or good enough or cool enough. So he had to just like make something else up that happened. You'd be baffled. Napoleon would be like what? What? That was amazing.
Powell that conveys the depravity of his spite. At the end of the day, film
Killing
is a
an enemy
visual
army?
medium.
Okay.
Oh,
he said it.
Now we're
There
quickly
we go.
descending into boring film video essay territory.
Rax, did you know that film is a visual medium?
I've heard rumors of this being the case, but
The other thing it's a small pet peeve compared to the larger one that it's a nothing burger as a statement. But the small pet peeve I have is that it's an audio visual medium.
Yes, it is audio visual.
Can we not just ignore that half of it? That's arguably more important sometimes.
And Scott take creative liberties with the history in order to create images that reveal character.
Yeah, but couldn't you just make the same argument for a book as well, right? A book is a literary medium, so he can use words to describe things that weren't the case. Like it's not...
you can just it turns out you can just write down lies.
Important aspect of storytelling. Joaquin Phoenix's performance beautifully complements this more deconstructive approach to Napoleon. In theory, Napoleon is the ideal vanity project for an actor. He's one of the most significant and recognizable figures in all of human history.
No,
yet,
I feel like the ideal vanity project for an actor is an actor portraying themselves.
I don't know. It could be someone like Napoleon, right?
I mean, like, role of a lifetime kind of thing. Yeah, like you get... I mean, clearly Joaquin Phoenix does not feel this way with his quotes.
Maybe when he got offered the job, he was expecting the movie would be something else.
Really good, yeah.
We don't have footage of them, so you're free to put your own spin on the man. Not only that, but it's a role that's all but guaranteed to get an actor awards recognition. The Academy...
Oh, but it
womp
didn't,
womp.
Did it?
It didn't, no. Yeah, not this time.
Whoops. I wonder what went wrong.
He sure does love an actor playing a historical figure, after all. And while Joaquin Phoenix probably won't get nominated for Best Actor this year...
See Lincoln, I haven't seen that.
I need to see it as well.
Lincoln's pretty good, if I remember correctly.
We'll watch Lincoln and then Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer, see which one's best.
As many of which are better, I would say, than this one. But with that in mind, it'd be easy to buy into the hype and give a grandiose, self-important performance with the kind of mentality of, oh, I'm going to get an Oscar nomination for this. You need only look at almost every other Oscar-baity biopic about a famous person to see what that looks like. But Joaquin Phoenix is anything but self-indulgent as Napoleon.
What does this have to do with the point of the video?
Well, see, it's Joaquin Phoenix. You know, he's not being self-indulgent because his performance of playing him not charismatic at all is part of Ridley Scott's, you know, interpretation of deconstructing the myth of Napoleon.
It really is the acting horseshoe theory, where if someone isn't at all charismatic, that's actually just goes to show how charismatic they are.
Kevin, I believe is what that says. Hey fellas, hope you're doing well. Sorry I'm late to this stream. You should be sorry. We were all expecting you to be here and you weren't. Can't believe you. Don't let it happen again.
You can make up for it though.
Thanks for the $5.
There we go.
This is why he's one of the greatest actors of our generation.
Oh my god, he's using really the clip from Beau is Afraid.
Reserved, almost the exact opposite of what you'd expect. But it isn't one note
almost
either.
The exact
There's
opposite.
an undercurrent of simmering nastiness to the way he plays him that feels as though it's about 10 seconds from exploding out, which makes the moments when he finally does erupt into a petulant tantrum feel all the more uncomfortable.
Yeah, but it's also incredibly disrespectful and dishonest. There's no reason to believe that he was that much of a baby. You know what I mean? It's like an immature.
Yeah, you remember when he yelled,
like
"You think you're so great
there.
because you have boats at the British," and then they all laughed at him when he left the room.
That line. Okay, so Rags.
Yes.
Napoleon is having a conversation with the ambassador to England, right?
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah, we weren't there, so we can't know for sure.
Allegedly.
But in the movie,
yeah.
he's having a conversation with the ambassador, and he says, "Hey, I made an offer of peace, and I haven't heard a response. And he's like, well, I'm going to take that response as an act of, like, the lack of response to my peace offer as an act of aggression.
Yeah.
And then he gets really mad. And right as he's about to walk away, he turns back and he says, you think you're so great because you have boats.
Yeah.
Okay, well, first off, they're ships. But also, the British Navy was insanely powerful, and they okay, you know, I wasn't there, so I'll have to defer to Mr. Scott's judgment on Napoleon calling the British out on having boats, I guess.
It's
So.
just, the movie makes him so pathetic, and then you watch it and you go, okay, well, I don't believe you accomplished any of the stuff you accomplished based on how pathetic you are. And I also don't believe this is what he was really like. So when you layer all these things together, I don't know how you could call it really brilliant that his performance is to make him into like a pathetic man-child.
Yeah,
Well,
if you were
it's
to
just
ask me, the complete and total layman who knows nothing about Napoleon, other than he shot at the pyramids with cannons, is if I had to guess whether or not Napoleon always had to consider the British Navy as something to take into account during his campaigns and wars and whatnot, I would say, yeah, he probably constantly had to think about the British and their very powerful navy. Not that he was just dismissive of them, but I don't know.
It's a very funny line read, also, and not in a way that the movie's trying to be funny necessarily, but there are some laugh out loud moments at the expense of the movie, and that's a big one.
The version that we were watching actually had the there's a scene, I think it's when he asks his wife, why, just like out of nowhere, he walks up to her and just goes, "Why aren't you pregnant yet?" And you could hear somebody in the audience laughing, like really like belly laughing in the background too. And I thought for a second, I thought it was.
You mean that we went to the theater and paid and
saw
it together?
Paid and saw it. Yeah, absolutely. There are people laughing. One guy, not there wasn't very many people in the theater. It was just us and this other dude.
Okay. Kept going on about slotlights.
Yeah.
This awkward characterization is compounded by the fact that he's put into these highly mythologized scenarios. Like, sure, you can complain about the fact
I don't know why you would show that. Moscow did burn down.
Yeah, and it probably looked like that, so.
As Napoleon leading the cavalry charge in battles, he wasn't even on
Cavalry?
the battlefield for.
Cavalry? Yeah.
Cavalry is where Jesus died. Cavalry are the guys on the horses.
Yeah.
But what do I know? I wasn't there.
It's kind of crazy that he would show him riding, like leading a cavalry charge himself in a movie that he's also trying to tear him down as much as possible. I don't.
Yeah,
really,
again, it's like
I'm
what do you? Yeah, like it just. I think the more likely answer is he was just fucking around and he didn't like know, and he just did what he felt like.
Someone asks in the chat, the Wickerman asks, does this film touch on the Jaffa massacre since they wanted to portray him in a negative light? No, they don't at all. That's one of the ones I mentioned earlier. It's like, well, if you wanted to show him being rather brutal in an attempt, even if the film was just full of all the worst things he ever did and that's it, you wouldn't have to make up much.
No, you really wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean,
there's plenty
again,
there.
There were wars. These were wars.
But Phoenix plays these moments with such angst and bewilderment that it feels intentionally subversive. The mythic Napoleon,
it's the horseshoe theory of acting.
He looks so bewildered that it feels like an intentional choice. It's like,
it couldn't
fantastic.
be. Yeah,
The movie couldn't be bad. The directing couldn't be bad.
It couldn't be that he was just
we've never had
baffled at
bad
what the fuck he was
directing
supposed to do.
in the world.
And just to keep coming back to the point Fringy makes, but like, you can show him like this if you want, but then I don't believe any of the things he did.
Well, it's just like, I feel like I'm getting sent mixed messages by the film if I'm to believe this interpretation of the film. Presumably, you would come away from it confused.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a particularly coherent... If this is the interpretation you're drawing on, then perspective is changing from what the director's viewpoint is to what this guy is saying, like Napoleon's exaggerated viewpoint is, and back, willy-nilly, playing this very fast and loose. I don't understand how you come away from this believing that the film told a coherent narrative if that's how you read it. That doesn't make any sense to me.
You have to defend it mythologizing too much and demythologizing on purpose
at the same time. Yeah.
That said, while this is far from a romantic portrayal of Napoleon, it's not a mocking caricature either. Much like The Real Man, Phoenix's Napoleon contains multitudes. He may not have an elite education or know the proper etiquette of high society.
He was really smart.
One of the things that he was really famous for was that because he was bullied in school, he would sit and just read history and tactical treatises all the time.
He was very knowledgeable and smart. That's kind of one of his big character traits. Whatever. Fine.
Shortcomings. Scott repeatedly contrasts against the stuffy self-seriousness of the upper class to great comedic effect, I would add.
Yeah, there's a dark side to comedic, but there's also a great comical side.
What happened to you, man?
Massive.
He made somehow.
He made Blade Runner.
How did Blade Runner happen? What happened?
How did Alien?
He made Alien.
Yeah, what was going on?
And it's not even like I don't know how everybody here feels about The Martian, but I didn't think that movie was, it's not his best, but it's not a terrible film. I
haven't seen it, but a lot of people seem to think that was his last okay movie.
Yeah, and that came out nearly a decade ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he is one of the more baffling falls from grace ever. How I explain it to myself is that he maybe never has been able to tell a good story from a bad story, and he's kind of lucked into some good stories. That's how it seems to me, because otherwise I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, people get older, their process changes, maybe they rest on their laurels, maybe they just change. I mean, people change, and maybe sometimes part of that change is losing, elements of talent.
Huge in those two elements.
But the film never makes Napoleon a fool.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does.
It absolutely does. It goes hard in the paint, making him a fool in some scenes. There's one particular scene where one of his advisors, I guess that's who he was, he floats the idea to not yet Emperor Napoleon that hey, maybe you should be king because people like you and there's chaos and stuff. And he gets so turned on by the thought of being king that he bursts into the chamber of his wife. But no, while her servants are there,
she's just had her hair done, basically.
Yeah, and while he's in the corner stamping his foot and making animal noises,
whinnying like a horny horse. Yeah.
I'm baby wants sex now kind of noises, like Blue Velvet.
Baby want Blue Velvet.
God. Anyway, Blue Velvet's quite the movie. But yeah, it's really kind of cringe and embarrassing, and there's lots of scenes like that I think, the movie makes him seem like a fool, and they make him very pathetic in a lot of ways. The movie also has the audacity to make it seem like he's controlling for wanting his wife to not fuck around. That was a weird choice as well.
That's not very empowering. To have a say in who your wife does and doesn't sleep with is, it's pretty. I think that's called toxic masculinity is the word that we have for it now.
Caring about being respected in your marriage. Oh boy, that sure is patriarchal.
Well, because you have a lot of these movies, and they can't remove their modern mindset from looking at historical events, because just the past was just it was a different world back then. People can't fathom that.
You get that vibe, and that's also a big criticism. I haven't seen the movie, but I've heard people really don't like The Last Duel, another Ridley Scott film, for inserting sort of gender biases of today onto medieval history that weren't the case, and or some very vociferous criticisms of that movie. But I haven't seen it myself, so I couldn't say.
I also, just real quick before we continue on, I want to point out that in one of the very first scenes where he meets his wife, she does ask, "Do I need to warn you of my indiscretions?" And he says no, which kind of implies that he understands what he's getting into. And then he still throws a fit later
what
on.
Other men are getting into.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think it was more like, it was like, do you mind where I've been? Not like that I'll cheat on you when we're together.
Interesting. I guess I knew the story, like that it was going to get to the point because she did rather famously cheat on him. So I guess I probably read into that a little bit.
She wasn't very good at it, I guess. We're still talking about it hundreds of years later. She was notoriously bad at cheating on her husband.
It's just speaking of the general sort of weird decisions they've made to change things. So in real life, what happens is while he's away on his campaign in Egypt, she sleeps around with somebody else. And then he's told that happened. And while he's in Egypt, he has an affair with some local girl there or something to that effect. And it kind of permanently damaged their relationship. So like he cheats on her in response to finding out she took another lover while he was away. In the movie, he finds out while he's in Egypt that she cheated on him. And then he comes back to confront her, and she's like, "Did you have affairs with people while you were in Egypt?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, of course I did." And it's like, it gets the causal order wrong. You know what I mean? In the movie, he was cheating on her already, and meanwhile, like, has this sort of weird, like, pathological desire to control her, even though he's doing the same thing, which appears to not be what happened in real life. It's like, what are these changes saying about the character exactly? Like, what are you trying to tell me? What are you trying to insist he was like? I don't care for it.
His battlefield strategy is front and center throughout the film, as is his keen ability to read people, whether it's the Tsar of Russia, his wife, or the people of France. Phoenix plays Napoleon as brutish but cunning, an outsider who strives to be taken seriously by his peers and superiors, but lacks the status and station to realize that goal. His position as an underdog makes him inherently compelling, inviting the audience to see...
Are underdogs inherently compelling?
He's not in this movie, so no.
Not this one.
I don't know if I'd make the statement that underdogs are inherently compelling.
Also, Hugh, did you get the vibe from the movie that he was cunning and knew how to read people?
Absolutely not, actually.
No, he seemed a little autistic in some cases, actually. Like that he struggled to understand people's motivations until they were explained to him. Yeah.
Themselves in the same way the French people did at the time. But the secret to this is that Scott and Phoenix never cast him in an outright sympathetic light. For as much as we're meant to take a degree of pleasure in watching him clash with the snobby elites both at home and abroad, Phoenix is equally as contemptible as those elite, a bitter man who, when given the opportunity to dismantle the hierarchy he has labored under his entire life, chose instead to sell out his cause for a chance at joining the upper echelons of society.
This is such a weird...
This is a weird take on that entire situation.
Like, projection of modern sort of sensibilities onto the past. It feels very
like, why didn't he tear down these hierarchies and these structures of oppression, and how come he didn't institute a proper constitutional republic, and da-da-da?
How dare... I mean, I think he's not he's not wrong that the actual character is a very fascinating underdog story, because he's a common man who rises to become an emperor who is still talked about to this day, right? In a very mixed but like generally positive light in terms of his ingenuity, right? But he does, like, the movie doesn't do a very good job of showing you that that's who this character is, number one. And number two, it's not really about him like eating the rich and slaughtering the billionaires.
No, because we see him, the very first thing we see in the movie is he's at the killing of Marie Antoinette, and everyone's jeering and laughing and stuff like that, and he looks like he's almost disgusted by what's happening. So from the very beginning, he always seemed to have either some sympathy for nobility in general. He wasn't like a diehard revolutionary guy. And so when he finally decides to take the throne for himself, the famous line is that I found the crown of France lying in the gutter. and I place it atop my own head. Like, clearly he thinks that the fallout, at least, of the French Revolution was not good for France, you know?
Yeah, and I should clarify also, because there's a comment in the chat. He wasn't a common man, like a peasant farmer kind of guy, like an American common man. He was a Corsican, like the son of a Corsican noble, but Corsica was looked down on by the hierarchical structure of the French, because it was just, it was a province basically. So that's a missed speaking
that was
on my part.
That was one criticism that was made of I think the poster. The tagline was something like, "He came from nothing, he conquered everything," and historians are like, actually, he didn't come from nowhere.
He did not come from nowhere.
Also, he didn't conquer everything. But to Donald's Angry in the chat, thanks for the super chat, says, on the subject of Scott films, what's the panel's opinion on Legend? I have not seen Legend. Have any of you seen Legend?
Are you talking about the 1980? We're talking about Tim Curry and a very young Tom Cruise movie. I like that movie. It is a weird one though, but I really like it.
I have not seen it.
I really like Legend. It is a bizarre movie, and they don't make them like that anymore. It's like a dark fantasy from, like, I don't know, like, what was it, late 70s, like 79 maybe?
It came out in 1985.
That late, jeez. But okay, it feels like it's from. But yeah, it's. I really like it. It's weird, and it's odd, and I'm not gonna say it's good, like plot wise or anything, but ain't no movie I've seen like it. But I do like it. I like it.
Donald's Angry also says, also, it's been 1,100 days since Dev's episode 3. Oh my god, has it actually been that long?
Yikes. Oh man, that shitty fucking TV show. Oh my god, that made me think about it.
We're still committed to reviewing, even though it's been a while since the last episode. It'll happen. It's coming.
Oof.
Promise. There's always a sort of reticence I have to go back to Devs. I know I should probably finish it, but it sucked so much.
It is tough to make it through.
It is tough.
In a very real way, Phoenix's performance feels deliberately designed to emphasize the fact that Napoleon was a class traitor, a status chaser who desperately wanted.
Wow.
That's a very
a class traitor, a status chaser.
I'm not sure I like your tone there, sir.
I think we've identified the Marxist in the room. There he is. All right.
Status chaser.
The respect of people who hated him for his lack of pedigree. This desire to be accepted into the upper class, clashing against the fact it's a club he'll never be allowed into regardless of how much wealth and power he amasses.
Okay, I don't think that's true. A, because a ton of people really liked him. That's why they fought and died for him. And also, he became the emperor. I feel like that kind of definitively.
Which you're going to need some level of support behind you in order to do.
I think the only way that I could see somebody making this argument is that it's because of his, the rest of the monarchs in Europe kind of freaked out about this and all ganged up on him, right? That's sort of like how the story goes. Maybe you could make that argument
but
about
he's not
that.
He's not trying to join the British aristocracy, like the British upper class society. He's trying to join the French, and he did. Because
he became the upper crust twice. Even after being exiled, he came back and did it again. So,
it also seems like his story of being the sort of common, or something closer to a common French man becoming emperor, really resonated with people after the French Revolution. That he wasn't just someone who was there because of blood, because that's sort of what they were revolting against. So I just don't think this is true. I don't trust the movie in any real sense, so I don't believe you.
Motivates his petulance, making his outbursts both amusing and revealing. To put it another way, Phoenix plays Napoleon as the butt of the joke, but he never treats him as an unserious character. His
he's a good, talented actor following his direction, I suppose.
Plays him as the butt of a joke.
But not unserious.
But not unserious. Okay. I guess.
Personality flaws make him funny, but he's never making decisions based on what will get the biggest laugh. The whole performance.
Well, yeah, he's not a comedian. He's not trying to be funny, but the movie makes tons of jokes at his expense. I don't...
is driven by his commitment to the character. Another interesting aspect to Napoleon's petulance throughout the film is how it's juxtaposed with the behavior of other European monarchs, who can be just as childish and petty as Napoleon, seducing his estranged wife to get a rise out of him and scoffing at his improper etiquette. It implicitly begs the question, how is Napoleon any different from these more quote-unquote legitimate monarchs? Why is Napoleon a tyrant while equally vain,
man, this is like, I just didn't get any of this from the film at all. This is just stuff you made up. Like, I didn't pull any of this from the film at all.
No,
no, it's not.
I do not think this is in there.
The movie does not explore this very well.
The thing that I would want to keep emphasizing is the film is not that coherent, like in terms of not only just what it presents as its literal events or what it's trying to say. It's, again, I want to keep emphasizing it's not a good film. It's not a good story as presented in that film.
And what does this have to do with, quote, when the director doesn't give a fuck about historical accuracy?
Yeah.
I don't know. This sounds like him trying to rationalize why he really, really enjoys the film, in part by talking about things that aren't even in the film at all. I did not get any impression while watching the film about huge amounts of commentary on the nature of, like, aristocracy and how Napoleon was jealous of the aristocracy and wanted to be part of it. Like, I don't...
And how he was a class traitor to the rest of his, common brethren.
Part of the problem with the film is that the film says nothing and deals very little to basically not at all with, like, him as a statesman.
True. It's unconcerned with it entirely. I would say it's almost entirely unconcerned with his view of the upper class and that he wants to join it. This isn't very
his view of France, which again is interesting because I think I'm pretty sure the film is like, aha, see, when it plays at the end, it plays like right at the end his dying words, and it was it was France, the army, Josephine. And then it leaves Josephine there longer. It's like, yeah, what about France and the army? Like, wait, like it's two parts of these two. The first things that he said, like part of his dying words that if you were to watch the film, you'd be like, I don't really know why you would say any of that, really.
Did he love the men that served under him? Not clear.
Well, it's almost, I don't know, like there's so little on it. There's only that one scene where like it was during when they were going into Russia when he was giving him bread. And I don't know what the film wanted me to think about that, whether or not that was earnest or not.
Yeah, if the movie dealt at all with how much he cared for the French army and the French people and stuff, it might include some things. So, like, for example, in the movie, he's off in Russia, right? And he conquers Moscow, but they burn it down, so there's nothing really for him there, and then he has to retreat to avoid the winter, right? And it's kind of a failure. He comes back, and they're like, hey, you have to go into exile now because too many people died on this mission. Like, okay, well, first of all, that's not what happened. What happened was that he lost to the Allies, and the Allies forced him out. But, like, there's something he says to his men. It's like one of the last things he says to his army that I was struck by this quote, because I'm like, this is not... And none of this is anywhere in the movie. The quote is, "Soldiers of my old guard, I have come to bid you farewell. For 20 years you have accompanied me faithfully on the paths of honor and glory. With men like you, our cause was not lost, but the war would have dragged on interminably, and it would have been a civil war. So I am sacrificing our interests to those of our country. Do not lament my fate. If I have agreed to live on, it is to serve our glory. I wish to write the history of the great deeds that we have done together. Farewell, my children." Like, where's that aspect of him in this movie?
That's
but the thing is again, but you gotta understand, Ridley Scott's goal was to subvert the myth of Napoleon. Therefore, every single thing in the film is good now.
This is it's really it's really weird too, because it's like, I could almost understand coming at it from that perspective if this was a case like Julius Caesar, where, like, his conquest of Gaul, literally the only thing we have that tells us about that, basically, is the stuff that Julius Caesar himself wrote. to be
He seems like a trustworthy guy.
Yeah, right? I mean, like, I have no reason not to believe what he said. I wasn't there. But, like, if you were going to come at it from that direction, then, sure, if this was the story of Julius Caesar, but it's not. Like, we have way more than just what Napoleon wanted us to think about his campaign.
I mean, I'm just reading on Wikipedia. Apparently, there were 3 different versions of his last words, actually, that were recorded because there were various people who were there when he died. Just as another example of, it's not like he was, like, all of this stuff was documented. I don't know, like, there's so much of it was documented.
There's not one narrative that has been dominating the ethos for this many years since he died. Like,
Well, yeah, because it's a matter of even if everybody agrees on the events that happened, people can have various opinions on why they happened or how they paint the portrait of the guy. Again, he is a controversial, in a sense, figure because people disagree wildly on several aspects of him, even though he was very well documented figure in history.
What our boy Film Speak here seems to have taken away from the movie is exactly what happens in Barry Lyndon, but not in Napoleon. And I did get the vibe when I was watching Napoleon that Ridley Scott really likes Barry Lyndon, and this is sort of like Barry Lyndon at home. But it doesn't do it any justice in terms of exploring those issues.
By the or the Tsar of Russia are considered legitimate statecraft. Sure, Napoleon gives himself near unlimited power and uses it with reckless abandon, but is that any different to what other monarchs do?
Yes, it is very different. Not every monarch uses their authority with reckless abandon.
Especially at this point, like the big deal with him crowning himself and not letting the bishop or whoever it is, the church representative do it, is because monarchs were supposed to be invested with the power of God, which most people believed in at this point. And rule the divine right. So like him doing it himself is basically saying like, the church doesn't matter, right? That's very different from what happened in England and Austria. Very different, actually.
Also, I don't know if it's fair to call like what he did using his power with reckless abandon. Also, the film is not concerned at all with anything he did in terms of statecraft, so just forget that.
Yeah, it's not even and he's talking about how is this any different from what other monarchs did? And somebody in the chat, I think Wasserman, keeps pointing out that Napoleon's brother, Napoleon appointed him king of Spain. So his family became monarchs, eventually after this happened. So it didn't all go away.
Most monarchs don't do anything particularly noteworthy.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why there are specific monarchs that are remembered very well, and then there are other ones where you don't hear much about them at all.
I mean, consider all of the countries that had kings and all of their history that they had those kings ruling, and how so many of them, just nothing really noteworthy about what they did.
There were a lot of Roman emperors, but I mean, people only know about 2 or 3 of them.
I mean, we still don't know all of the pharaohs of Egypt because there were thousands of years worth of pharaohs, and they had an extremely conservative culture. So a lot of them just carried on doing what pharaohs do.
Yeah,
and that was just normal, just things just carrying on.
And was England a parliamentary system in the 1800s? I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, so that's something that is also being pointed out in the chat, is that there were a lot of parliaments that were, beholden to the people.
Well, I mean, it was a very gradual sort of change in terms of the shifting of where power resided. In like the Crown and then parliaments and House of Lords, and that's what it's called, right?
It sounds right to me.
Yeah, House of Lords, right.
Born into it. It's not in his blood. And so the other monarchs look down on him as illegitimate. Honestly, this is something I wish the film had focused on a bit more, because it's
What do you mean at all?
I was about to say, in that phrasing, a bit more. That's like the copium of trying to imply that it did, but it should have done it just a little bit more.
It's like, it's not part of the film. I don't know what to say. It's just not part of it.
There's like a line or two where some of the enemy monarchs he's waging a war against are like, oh, this ruffian.
Well, I mean, that would be another thing to point to, because it was something in the film that was kind of baffling, honestly, was when it was like really close to when the film was about to end, that it introduced it was Wellesley. Am I pronouncing that right?
It was Wellington. Or is that someone else?
Maybe. He was the Duke of Wellington.
Okay, gotcha. Go ahead.
Arthur Wellesley, right? Am I
the beef guy?
Yeah. The essentially the commander and the opposing side in the Battle of Waterloo for the British, and it's like introducing him very close to the end. It's like, doesn't it feel like it would have made more sense if you wanted to introduce him as like essentially the opposing force, and as the film tries to present him essentially as equal on the battlefield, that you would like introduce him earlier in the film as more of like a recurring element in opposition, especially if you wanted to build the idea of this is the world essentially saying like no to Napoleon and his ambition and his desire to be a monarch.
And especially because though he fought a number of other factions, like the Brits were the main enemy for most of it, right? It was like the Brits and their allies.
Oh yeah, I mean it was between France and Britain basically.
So having him as the central force of antagonism for Napoleon would have been better. Yeah, because as it is, it's like we shuffle through a whole bunch of other random people he's fighting against. And it's like, okay, I don't really know who you are, but all right.
It's because the film tries to go across like 20 years of history, when maybe the film would have been better off not doing that. Instead, focusing on smaller portions of the history. Because like, again, to emphasize for people who haven't seen the film, there'll just be points where it's like, oh, we've just jumped forward like, 5-6 years.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just jump forward massive stretches of time, and I guess
the Egyptian
just left wondering as to what happened.
Like 2 or 3 shots.
Yeah, you could be forgiven if all you knew about Napoleon came from this movie. You could be forgiven for thinking that the Egyptians just gave up when their pyramids got a little scuffed. Like you could,
yeah.
Well, then the other thing is that like one thing that has not really come up in his video so far. If you haven't seen the film, you would not have gotten the impression from Film Speak's video that almost all of it is concerned with his toxic relationship with his wife. That's most of the movie.
The central element of the film is a relationship between him and his wife. Yeah. It's kind of actually baffling how little they've spoken about her as an element of this film, when I would say that the film revolves around her in a sense.
Yeah.
So I just you two finished the film, and I just want to know, did they bring up him divorcing Josephine and marrying an Austrian, I think, princess, because he needs?
Okay. Well, so the thing is that the film essentially, if you were to watch the film, the way that you would understand it is essentially that everything fell apart for him once they separated, and especially after she died. That would be like the takeaway of the film. That essentially when she died, everything about him unraveled as a person. And it's even in the way that the timeline is, because in the actual history, the way that the film presents it is Josephine's dying, and that's what spurs him to leave. Where did he get Elba? Elba, and then that spurred him to leave, but he didn't make it in time, and she died when in reality I believe she died about a year before he went back to France.
Yes.
But it presents
palindrome in the movie. Did Ridley Scott include that?
What?
You don't know? The Abel was I, ere I saw Elba, one of the most famous historical palindromes.
Oh, I've not heard that before.
No, okay, that's fair.
But that
you learned that from Brilliant?
I learned that from my Latin teacher.
You learned that from life. It basically it's like that happens, and then and of course this is presenting everything that happened, and the timeline. Obviously, it was the way that Russia happened after they separated, but that it's again another thing that you're meant to take away is like, oh well, now that she's not in his life, everything's starting to go wrong. And then obviously Waterloo, and then he loses, and it's like that's essentially how the story is constructed. That like they came together despite the relationship being very toxic, and that built him up, and then when she was gone, everything fell apart for him. Like the film revolves around that relationship, and it is kind of crazy that he isn't talking about that when that's the central point. That's the point of the film essentially, is their relationship.
Yeah.
fascinating to me. While it's definitely in there, it's often relegated to the margins. The most the film lingers on it is during Napoleon's crusade to produce an heir, establishing a hereditary monarchy that his advisors claim will lend him in France greater legitimacy. We're also shown Napoleon's attempts to marry into other royal families in an effort to borrow their legitimacy. But this thread more or less takes a back seat to the interpersonal drama of Napoleon's
there you go, finally.
relationship with his wife, Josephine. And while I think this was probably the right...
Why the glitch effect?
Yeah,
you didn't
because style for pointless reasons. But it's kind of it feels weird to say that he wanted to borrow the legitimacy of other like royalty when they would have a vested interest in doing the same with him, being like the Emperor of France. But I guess he doesn't get the same credit.
Because he's a class traitor, and they don't. They'll never view him as legitimate aristocracy because billionaires aren't people.
Very true.
This on for this particular film, it would have been really cool to get a better look at the political ramifications of Napoleon's reign.
Oh yeah, really?
Maybe
you think so? Yeah.
The Emperor of France, one of the most important historical figures.
You think it might be worthwhile if you maybe had a scene dedicated to the Napoleonic Code, like even just one scene about it? Yeah, you know what? I think that's a good point.
Yeah,
I think that's a good point, actually, dealing with the ramifications of one of the most notable events in like modern history, being the French Revolution and the aftermath in the Napoleonic era. It is named after him for a reason. It's just funny how he just passes it off as like a little thing.
He's like, it might have been nice.
Got a little bit.
It's okay that it's not in there, but it could have been cool.
Napoleon's life as a statesman, and pointing out as well that it's like we lose that in deference to essentially the story between him and his wife,
which is also full of fabrications, but. Yes, also it's interesting that he did the glitch effect even and put her name on screen to imply like, we're in the Josephine section now, the meat of the movie. And he goes, I mean, well, obviously I understand why she's the focus of the film. It sure would have been cool to see all that other stuff.
Well, I mean, there's no getting around it. The film is called Napoleon. It is being pitched as you're going to see Napoleon and his story.
I feel like that's what you would do if you were on like an indie budget and you wanted to make a story about Napoleon, and you couldn't do the grandeur and the vastness of all the armies and the battles and the cities and the stuff. So you made it a more like character focused piece about him and his wife and stuff like that, and it'd be some fucking boring ass indie movie. But I guess this film wanted to,
something that again to enforce would be. For a 2.5 hour film, their relationship is pretty thin. In this film, like it's for the amount of time that is dedicated to building up their relationship. When you could basically summarize it in a sentence, it's
for a 2.5 hour movie where most people seem to consent on the fact that it is primarily devoted to their relationship. There's really not much going on there at all.
No.
To expose the hypocrisy of the other European monarchs, but also the way Napoleon's ascension to the throne betrayed the democratic and egalitarian ideals of the revolution. I can't begrudge
Just to be clear, the revolution killed a lot of innocent people.
Yeah. They
even
call it the terrors in the movie.
Yeah, the reign of terror. Yeah. It was
the French Revolution was not
the French Revolution is
and rainbows
famously bloody and violent.
And the movie is even aware of that to a degree, which is why it has its titular main character kind of look on in disgust at a lot of it.
You would think, anyway, that might be a motivating factor. But who knows?
It seems that film speak really wants to, Viva la Revolution, and like that's the movie he wants to see, and he's going to cling on to that even though it's not a big part of it. He would really have preferred the movie if Napoleon was...
He's looking at it as, like, looking at Napoleon's story like some bitter, disgruntled former revolutionary watching him rise to the throne.
Yeah.
Honestly,
yeah. He totally betrayed the whole movement, man. He became the man.
for having different priorities, but the little nods to these bigger political ideas throughout the film left me wanting more, and hopefully we will get more in that 4-hour director's cut.
You're
not
gonna
watching
watch that,
Holy
dude.
shit,
You're really
no
gonna
way. No way. No,
The last
can't
director's
do it.
cut
Can't
that
do
I
it.
watched. Well, no, technically no. The last director's cut of Ridley Scott's I watched was Blade Runner, and that was good. The other director's cut that I watched of his was fucking slog. Jeez.
Oh my god.
Also,
it's coming, Fringy. It's coming.
Fringy, tell me if you feel the same way. I don't expect the 4-hour cut of Napoleon. I won't be watching it either way, to be clear. But I don't expect the 4-hour cut of Napoleon to touch on things that didn't come up once in this movie. I feel like, if anything, we'll get more of the same stuff. You know, we'll get more stuff about battles. We'll get battles, that is. We'll get more stuff about their shitty relationship. But I don't expect it to have a whole 2-hour section on his social reforms, considering they were never mentioned once.
No way. It would be strange to have all of that filmed, shot, produced, and everything, and then to say, I'll take out all of it, and then I'll put all this gold in the director's version.
Well, I mean,
Ridley Scott has a very rocky history of director's cuts. So
it's 2.5 hours, like the idea that at 2.5 hours wasn't sufficient time to tell the story that he needed to tell, to where if he gets this extra 1.5 hours, it will radically transform the film into a masterpiece.
Have we seen that ever? Is there an example of the director's cut being the biggest? Because to my knowledge, the biggest difference that a director's cut or the real cut of a movie would be the Lord of the Rings,
Well, it's Lord of the Rings is an interesting one because the theatrical cuts are still great.
Yeah.
It's just that the director's cut, obviously the extended cut is that's the film.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, is there an example of a film that's mediocre or bad, but the director's cut / final cut, whatever, is elevates it to being good or great?
So it's funny. I'm thinking of when I'm thinking of Blade Runner, I was yeah, but the theatrical cut is still really good though.
The closest I can think of is not a movie that becomes great with the director's cut, but becomes slightly better, and that's Batman v Superman.
Yeah, it takes it from being kind of incomprehensible to being comprehensible. It's still shitty, but it's still
yeah. I remember watching the director's cut and thinking, "Oh, okay, that is actually a little better." But it's still not good. I can't think of anything that was bad or lame and becomes great.
Yeah, with the director's cut. I don't feel like
maybe Alien 2. Oh, no, but it's not bad.
No, it's not bad.
It's a good movie. Aliens, yeah. Because the Aliens director, Alien 2, yeah. that S is basically just a 2. It's a stylized thing,
Yeah, that's how you look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, because that director's cut has that one really solid scene that gives a lot of good motivation.
Where she finds out about her daughter?
Yeah. It gives
I don't know why that was cut.
Good, strong thematic through line that isn't there in the original one, but it's still a great movie, even if you don't watch the director's cut. So, it just makes it stronger.
Yeah, I don't know if in the visual medium, as we've learned, that film is that you can, by just adding stuff onto a bad movie, you can, theoretically, it's possible, but the idea of the film process and what it would take for you to remove things from a shortened cut or a theatrical cut that makes the movie bad, that the cut scenes would make good. I don't know. I think that's a tall order. I mean, the fact that none of us can think of any examples is pretty telling.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't expect there to be. I'd be surprised if there was an example of a bad movie that was made good by the director's cut.
Agreed.
Essentially told through Napoleon's eyes, or rather through his words. In real life, Napoleon was a prolific letter writer, penning up to 33,000 letters over the course of his adult life. And these letters, particularly his famous letters
Is that
to Josephine,
crazy? I feel like, because he just says 33,000 it's crazy, but when I think about how many tweets have you written in your life? How many tweets would you make if you were
or text,
or text, if you're, think of back in the day, if letters were
your correspondences at distance, and you were the emperor. Like, I have a feeling, emperor / general /
commander in chief,
everything else.
That kind of whole thing. You're probably writing a lot, right?
Yeah, especially when it's over decades of time, 33,000 letters. How many is that, like, a day if we want to average that out? I'm not sure. I'm just thinking, a lot of letters.
It's also funny to cite all the letters he wrote when, like, he has letters that he wrote to Josephine, and you make up your own letters for the movie anyway.
It is pretty funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was right there. He wrote it in his own hand. That's what he said to her. That's what really happened. You don't even need to speculate. You could have just taken that.
And this, just by reading, not to judge a book by its cover, but the cover of this book says 1814 from 1796. So that's 18 years, where almost 2 decades of correspondence just between him and Josephine. This is one person.
Yeah.
That he sent almost 20 years worth of letters to.
Just to highlight the difference, because you can find these letters online. They're there. The letters that he wrote to Josephine, for example, when he was in Egypt, were very, like, profusely love-based, for lack of a better way of saying it. Like, he was
looking at all these dry-skinned, old, infertile mummies and boxes makes me think of you every day.
No, he was very much in love with her in a sort of very classic romantic sense. Meanwhile, the letters he writes in the movie are like, you better not be seeing other people. Your pussy's still mine, isn't it? He doesn't say that exactly.
I think what you mean to say is Josephine allowed him to love her. She is the one with the real control.
Yeah, you didn't have to fabricate letters to make him seem more pathetic, but you did. So that's cool. Dark City D cut is better. Cut spoiler in behind. I don't know what any of those words mean.
Dark City?
What is Dark City?
I don't know what Dark City is.
I assume it's a movie. It might be referring to a song at the beginning of the ELO album Higher on High. But
I doubt it, but maybe. Dark City is a 1998 film by Alex Proyas with Rufus Sewell and Kiefer Sutherland in it. I have not heard of it, but I'm glad that it cuts spoiler in behind, whatever that means.
Spoiler. Maybe the next super chat he means in behind will have spoilers. I don't know, but don't send spoilers.
No, I haven't seen the movie. Is it any good? Tell us it's good. Tell us if it's good or not. Maybe I'll check it out.
Maybe.
Serve as the film's framing device. As a result, we often aren't privy to the broader societal impact of his reign.
Boy, he's getting his money worth out of this trailer footage. Fuck me.
And if you know anything about Napoleon, much of that perspective revolves around his obsessive infatuation with his wife, Josephine. I didn't go into Napoleon expecting a romance movie, but I'll be damned if it isn't one, albeit not a particularly wholesome romance film.
Why does he say it like that?
I'll be damned if
I'll be damned if it is.
Or a not particularly wholesome one. It's like, it's a pretty toxic relationship as presented in the film.
Yeah. It's like, oh my god, who would have thought this war movie would have a romance in it? Am I right, guys?
I'll be damned if it didn't deliver something.
I guess it's kind of funny because I went into it basically knowing that this was the central dynamic.
Yeah, that's an odd way of putting it, honestly.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, it's the story of two people entering into an extremely unhealthy relationship and ultimately coming to depend on each other's companionship. At first, Josephine, played brilliantly by Vanessa Kirby, sees Napoleon's
brilliant, maybe.
I don't think it's a bad performance, but
do we really want to toss that word around?
Word should probably have some pretty serious weight to it,
I know you thought she's a pretty lady and she was nice to look at, but I don't know if it's a brilliant performance.
I think it's a good performance.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It's not
brilliant. Let's calm down, all right?
Uncontrollable lust for her as an opportunity to regain the status she lost during the revolution. She marries him because of his rank and his ambition to climb even higher up the ladder.
Yeah, it's like, okay, it feels kind of weird to take real people whom we have their love letters between each other, and they actually did seem like they were in love with each other, and to reduce their entire motivations to like lust and power. And
it's kind of
one of the things that's...
Yeah, go for it.
One of the best ways to get people interested in history is to humanize these characters that lived long ago so that they become essentially people. Obviously they were, but it's hard to consider them people in the same way that we consider modern people. When we go back to an age where there wasn't photography, where there wasn't, video recordings, audio recordings, where people, were in portraits and paintings, and where they sent letters and everything. They're humanized in different ways, and it seems like that's like the perfect opportunity to do that. So a film that doesn't do it, when it's almost like the proverbial silver platter of an opportunity, is, I suppose, pretty strange.
I think one thing I've noticed a lot about sort of modern movies that go back into these sort of time periods or even older is they project a lot of, I don't know, modern sensibilities onto them. And one thing I noticed recently when I was reading Dracula for the first time, one of the things I really like about Dracula is how like sincere and earnest and forthright a lot of the main characters are. Obviously Dracula's evil, but a lot of the human characters are just very, I don't know, good and wholesome people trying to do their best and like aspiring to be noble and virtuous and all that stuff. And I really liked that. And I remember thinking while I was reading it that if someone made a strict adaptation of Dracula today, they would try to insert a lot more like conflict between the characters to make them...
a lot of older works had a lot of very, very straightforward good and evil characters in them. It was just sort of just a different way that characters were. Even when we go to movies that aren't
not even
all that
unbelievably
old.
so, though. Like, when you read Dracula, they all feel like real people. They're just all good people, and I like them.
Yeah.
I feel like if they made it today, there'd be this tendency on behalf of a lot of writers to sort of insert shades of gray where there aren't before, and I feel like that's kind of what's happening with Napoleon and Josephine.
Yeah, sometimes you really lose the original character when you try and make them more complicated than they really are, because sometimes it's just people sometimes people are just good people.
Yeah.
In a very literal sense, she cucks him, which is why this movie is essentially Cuck the Movie, but we're not gonna
This
get
is
into
Cuck
it.
the Movie. We already have Cuck the Movie.
Cuck him, right? Because he's not into it.
Cheating on someone
he doesn't like it. Yeah. Cheating is cheating.
Cheating is cheating. Cucking is something different.
He's not into it. He's not turned on by it. And also, he cheats on her, too. So it's just a toxic relationship. So calling it Cuck the Movie is strange. And then you're like,
well,
we're not going to get into
Cuck
that.
At this point doesn't mean Cuck anymore. That's the thing, though. Cuck doesn't mean cuck anymore. It's taken on a new meaning.
What a shame. No, it's true. But it's also weird to say, but we're not going to talk about that. And it's like, well, that's the movie.
Yeah, that is kind of the whole thing.
The relationship is the movie. I don't know why
we're not going to talk about this. We're like, he's admitted that the meat of the movie is this relationship, and how toxic it is, and the cucking and the cucking and all that. And yet he's like, no, I'm just going to speed right past that part. Though, that's not the important thing,
Sleeping around while denying him the emotional and physical intimacy he craves, a craving born from an equally unhealthy relationship with his mother. In the beginning, there's this kind of Lady Macbeth quality to Josephine, a scheming wife using her husband for her own selfish...
Wait, is his mom even in the movie?
No.
She is in the movie, but barely.
I don't even remember her.
I don't
she is in it, but barely.
Weird, because she played a bigger role in real life, if I understand. Like, I think it was his family who was encouraging him to divorce her so he could find someone who could bear him a child, and he kind of did it reluctantly. Meanwhile, in the movie, it's like his idea, because he really wants to have an heir, and it's treated like something egotistical of him almost. That's weird. Yeah, I didn't even remember her.
Ends, but as the relationship develops, you get a sense that these two people really do care for each other in their own fucked up way. It might not be a healthy love, but it's love nevertheless. When Josephine is unable to conceive a child,
I don't think the movie really presents it as love, honestly.
I'm not sure what I would say the film presented as.
Part of it seems
that's
to be like,
just how good the filmmaking is.
He's got a weird desire to control everything. That's what the movie really seems like it's going for to me. but whatever.
She becomes distraught, expecting to be cast aside for her failure. But she isn't. Driven by his desire to create a dynasty, Napoleon divorces Josephine, but he doesn't abandon her. He sets her up on an estate and visits frequently. And then when his son is born by another woman, he immediately brings him to Josephine to hold as if it were her own. In Napoleon's eyes, Josephine was his soulmate, and that unwavering commitment, in spite of his many flaws, was a comfort for Josephine, a comfort that grew into genuine affection. And while I said the film doesn't wade into the wider political implications of Napoleon's reign, that wasn't entirely true, because in a very real sense, Josephine's toxic yet enduring relationship with Napoleon serves as a proxy for Napoleon's relationship.
Oh, come on. Come on. This is just, like, really? This is what they would call a lol nice reach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
To the
Also, are we going to talk about historical accuracy anymore? I thought that was like...
No, it's so funny.
This is a disguise. This video is a lie. What this video actually is him coping about how the movie is actually really great and complex.
Yeah, this is not a conversation really at all about the
I was lied to.
Ridley Scott's
laissez-faire attitude to...
Cap lied to me about what we were covering today.
I watched enough of it to think that that's what
I have been bamboozled by this rapscallion.
I'm a little bamboozled by this video as well.
I'm double bamboozled.
Talking about the like all of the comments he made and what they meant and whether they were like founded or not.
He kind of ignored them, honestly. He didn't even bring a lot of them up.
They are difficult to deal with because, again, to remind people, they were pretty insane quotes.
Yeah, these are insane quotes made by a director that is an excellent Kickstarter for a potentially super complex discussion on the moral responsibilities of filmmakers and their relationship with history and historians and their place in common culture. And he could bring out all these examples of this movie and that movie, this movie, that movie, and the divide between good art in terms of movie making and good history. But we're not getting any of that discussion. This is just a fluff piece for Napoleon that he feels like he has to make.
He has to defend why he enjoyed watching this piece of shit. Like,
that's kind of the vibe that I get, honestly.
That's a shame. I was hoping it'd be a better springboard than this, but so it goes. I feel like I've been bamboozled a couple times on EFAP too about what was the video? It was about it was something like when character inconsistencies or like plot holes are good actually or something like that, and then he never really argued why they're ever good.
You're not talking about the Patrick Willems one. That's like 5 years ago.
No, it was one. Oh god, it's like
I vaguely remember it.
Hello, Future Me. I don't remember.
What? Kickstart me on that because I don't. I'll remember it once I remember it, but which one was that?
Just a moment.
You'll say it, and then I'll go. Oh, and then I'll remember it. But browsing through my memory catalog is a difficult thing sometimes.
Hello, Future Me. That's his name. Hello. It was plot armor is good in parentheses sometimes.
Interesting.
What's weird is that I still.
I remember that video. Yeah.
All right. Maybe it was one of those. Maybe it was one of those dregs of videos that's so hard to pull, remember anything from it.
I think part of the reason you can't remember anything about it is because he hardly ever talked about that thesis.
That might be why. Because I'm normally when people say remember EFAP whatever, they'll say the number, and I'll be like I don't remember EFAPs by their number, and then they'll say it's when you cover this video. And they're like yeah I remember that. But this one is drawn a blank by the name alone.
Yeah, because it reminds me of that, in that we've been bamboozled into thinking he would actually make the point that the title is based on. I don't think he's going to, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, the thing is that a lot of the things he just said, again, it's go beyond the scope of the film into just insanity. just pure insanity. The whole like, were you there? Then shut up. Like, as if that's a good response. What is his deal? Why is he like this? Like, because wasn't there a thing when he was like, he didn't like because French critics were mean to the film, and what did he say?
He said the French don't even like themselves.
Yeah, like what is that? Like what
that actually? First off, the French think very highly of themselves.
It's probably the most famous thing about them, actually.
Yeah,
that comment is almost like it kind of borders on actually scummy to me.
Yeah,
because this movie is very much trying to take Napoleon down a peg and tells outright lies about him. And then the French are like, this isn't good. We don't like this. And he goes, you don't even like yourselves. It's like, no, it's because they like themselves that they don't like you pissing on their history.
Yeah, I don't like people pissing on history in general, even of the people that I hate. You should be honest with history. Yep. You know, it's important that we build up this habit of being honest about history, not allowing ourselves to feel that desire creeping in to alter it and change it for whatever reason. It needs to be that, that whisper. Be honest about what happened.
This is what he said, by the way. The full quote was, "The French don't even like themselves. The audience that I showed it to in Paris, they loved it." Man, holy shit. Well, okay. That's so funny to me. He's like, dude, they liked it though. I showed it to these people and they liked it. What is... They're so insecure. Like, what are these replies?
I think he's kind of a prick. I think he's insecure about people.
Oh, do you remember? Do you remember when? What was the film that The Last Duel? Do you remember what he was saying about? This was the quote. I think what it boils down to, what we've got today, the audiences who were brought up on these fucking cell phones, the millennials, do not ever want to be taught anything unless you were told it on the cell phone.
Oh my god!
Like, holy shit, man! Chill out.
Oh my god!
Ridley, remember when you used to make good films?
It's just really funny. Like all it is that he's big mad that people didn't like his movie. Like that's what it is. It's
really it. He's angry.
And I mean,
you know what?
Again,
try harder. I don't know what to say, man.
Well, it's just, let's assume that everything that this video said is true. That basically the point of the film is to deliberately. I guess grant it more than we already have, in the sense that obviously the film is taking him down a peg, but like that it was constructed in the way that this video says, like, it was so deliberately crafted to do that. It's like, I mean, even if that was granted, can you understand why people might not like it? Like that's really all that you need to do, is can you understand why people might not like it?
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's I would apply, like, The Patriot. I think it's a good movie. I totally understand why people don't like The Patriot.
Yeah, I get people. Yeah, I can understand.
I completely understand why people wouldn't like The Patriot, as particularly on the basis of its historical inaccuracies. I think it's. I mean, it's almost like that's, it'd be nice if we could have that conversation, but this video isn't going to enable it. It's okay if you look at a film and you can be like, I can understand its merits on, this fact or this fact or this fact, but I still don't like it because of its historical inaccuracies. But it's almost like this video wants to make the case that that's not even like a position that you could have, that you could reasonably arrive on.
Isn't its classic video essay, like, well, really, you just didn't understand the subtleties of the filmmaking, so it's kind of your fault.
It's not even doing a good job at that.
Yeah, like in this case, it's just like, I'm pretty sure I got it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I got it more than this guy has, because a lot of this just sounds just like
not there.
Stuff that he's really reaching and grasping at to explain why the film is better than it is, when in reality, it's just like a really dull film. Yeah. That if you don't know anything about Napoleon, you would be utterly confused. And if you know too much about Napoleon, then you're also utterly confused.
Yeah.
It's like a film that when you take the story as presented in it, it's pretty sloppy. Lots of crazy time jumps that are not well accounted for by the film. A stunning lack of leveraging the time that was available to actually like build up its characters. Yeah. And the way that they are characterized conflicts with essentially the things that they are taking from like the real history, what little there is, and that it's difficult to believe that anything that in the film could happen if Napoleon was this guy that is presented in the film, that he would be able to achieve any of the things that he achieved, that he would have been able to achieved these successes on the battlefield that would have been able to convince anybody that he was a leader that was worth following. It's just a bad film. It's no good.
And here's what I would say. If you're Ridley Scott, or if you're someone like Ridley Scott, let's say all else the same, the movie is exactly the way it is, it's no better, it's no worse, and people say, I don't like what you did with the history, this isn't true, this isn't true, this is kind of insulting. What you do is you say, I understand why people want it to be more faithful, but I wanted to take it in my own direction, so I hope people will assess the movie for what it is. That's all you say. Say
Instead
something
of,
like
were
that.
you there? No, then shut up.
Yeah. Like, remarkably...
You don't even like yourselves,
response.
nation of France.
Jesus Christ. Like...
the infamous for being too humble, the French.
Yeah.
And self-loathing.
Too self-critical, yeah. They don't give themselves
Well,
enough
who knows,
credit.
guys? Maybe he'll come back to the title. Oh, perhaps it's also worth mentioning that the thumbnail for this video has a picture of Napoleon looking into camera, and it has two words on screen, the way High Top does it, and it says, "Fuck history."
Oh.
Maybe he's ramping up to some.
Yeah,
maybe he's ramping up to a gigawatt tank here.
Because he's running out of time.
Let's see. Hopefully
he spent more time talking about brilliant than talking about history.
True.
French people, which is probably my favorite aspect of this film. I thought that was such a brilliant framing device.
Who's she?
Like Josephine,
That's
the
Vanessa
French
Kirby.
turned to Napoleon out of desperation following the brutality of the Reign of Terror and the instability of the Republic government, which had become fractured by internal politics. He represented stability, and so they latched onto him despite his obvious flaws. But this relationship was unhealthy.
Were his flaws obvious to them?
No, not his personal failings as a husband.
I think we're just getting his book report on what he read from that 780 pages.
What he read into the movie.
Yeah, what he read into the movie and read into through reading that book, if he managed to actually get through the whole thing. Like,
maybe,
because I don't think that there's a way to really draw that conclusion from what we saw in the film necessarily. There's a lot that he's adding in.
They were aware of his flaws.
Yeah.
While Napoleon for France ran deep, it was obsessive. He didn't just want to care for France, he wanted to control it, demanding absolute obedience from his subjects. Napoleon's increasingly dictatorial rule isn't
dictatorial? That's fine.
Dictatorial is normally how people pronounce it, but dictatorial is, yeah.
Like has been mentioned many times, the movie doesn't care at all about what he was like as a ruler to the people living in France. So there is nothing in the movie, period, about him being a tyrant to the people he rules over. It's just not in the movie at all. You're just making that up.
Shown to streets of Paris, but rather through his increasingly authoritarian tendencies in his domestic life.
It's interesting that he showed
in his domestic life. Okay. Well,
we didn't see him do it to the people, but
you're meant to imply that that's how he was treating the people of France,
which is not how people are. That's not how human beings are. The way they treat their spouses as a leader is not the way they treat their people or their country as a leader. That's just not. That's not how it works. That's not how human beings behave. People behave differently to different people in totally different scenarios.
Starts exerting more control over Josephine, paralleling his tighter grip on France, which culminates in his coronation as emperor. But this absolute control creates blowback. Just like his broken marriage, Napoleon is eventually cast out of France, only to be welcomed back with open arms. In a perverse way, the French people, like Josephine, still love Napoleon despite his abuse of power.
How did he abuse his power? You haven't said that. You haven't mentioned it. I don't think in this video.
Neither does the movie.
You've just said he abused power and he used it with reckless abandon, and I'm sitting here going, I don't. If you say so, my dude, I don't know. Like, you could tell me about that, maybe, perhaps.
There's no talk of abuse of power to the people of France in the movie at all. Not even in
you just see nothing
about. Seems like they really like him.
That's the thing. The problem is that with the film, you get nothing on his role as like the actual political leader of the country, and you don't really get much context for why the wars were even happening in the first place.
So you can't even make the comparisons metaphorically if you want to. That like, oh, I see. There's a parallel between how he treats his wife and how he treats France, because we don't see how he treats France. We don't even hear about it. He doesn't show or tell.
The film even made a point to juxtapose Josephine's death with Napoleon's final defeat at Waterloo.
No, but that's but you're like making it sound like it's but it's really simple. The whole idea is that once she's gone, he unravels. That's it. It's that he's nothing without her. That's like the point of the film. He's making it sound like, see, with her death, and it's like before, that was when it all, France, and it was over for him, and
Napoleon's reign.
It's like that's not. It's really simple. It's that when they got split apart, he got worse at being a leader and a strategist. That's what the film is like. It's that they built each other up in a their weird way, and that when they split apart, that's when he started to deteriorate. That he needed her.
He's saying that it's like watching their toxic relationship is a metaphor for how Napoleon ruled his country, which is ridiculous.
It's not.
It's fucking ridiculous.
It is as simple as it is in the film, which is that without her, he starts to fall apart. That's it.
Events took.
Like it's just he's just grasping so much.
Yeah,
there's all these reaches of just like trying to essentially justify why he thinks the film is great, but it's really hard because there's so little in the film to latch onto.
And surprisingly, we haven't come back around to the question of historical accuracy yet. We're still not there.
No. Well, I guess it's all. It seems like all he's trying to build up to in terms of that as a point is that historical accuracy be damned. You can create this story that this film has by essentially being very liberal with what actually happened. Which again, it doesn't seem like that's the takeaway. I really don't get the impression from the quotes from Ridley Scott that what happened was that he knew intimately like what actually happened historically, and that he was making very deliberate choices to deviate. It sounds like he genuinely is like, well, just because that's what was written in that book, that doesn't mean that's how it happened, so I can do whatever I want. That's way more the impression I get from his quote.
Well, look, there's like 1,000 books, and by the time you get to book 1,000, most of that's made up. Yeah, that's just how books work,
Yeah. So, like, I know that there was, this battle. I know that Waterloo happened and that he lost, but, all of the nitty-gritty, like, well, I don't know that there's any reason to believe that any of that's true, so I can do whatever I want. That's way more the impression you get in terms of the nature of its relationship with historical accuracy than making very deliberate strategic choices.
I'd like to how he implies that Napoleon's exile from France, a forced exile by an occupying army, basically, right? Like, that was the French divorcing him and then welcoming him back because they have battered woman syndrome. Is that the implication that I'm getting?
It just doesn't work as a metaphor in any way.
When it does, we've already established that it doesn't have anything to do with how the actual history went down. So this story is not it's not lining up. But there we are.
Place almost a year apart. This creative liberty makes explicit the parallels between Napoleon's loss of Josephine to his loss of France. The film hammers this metaphor home in its epilogue. Frail and exiled on St. Helena, we get one final letter from Josephine, although, unlike the others, this isn't a real letter. It's an imaginary letter, writing to her lover from beyond the grave. Josephine reflects on their life together and posits that were they to do it all again in another life, she should take control rather than letting him loose, as all it did was lead to his self-destruction. While on its surface this monologue is clearly about their relationship, it also reads as France itself speaking to Napoleon.
Did you make that up? That sounds like a thing you made up.
It's like the film is it is like laser focused on their relationship to the exclusion of basically everything else.
That's funny. France is
really...
writing him a letter from beyond the grave, saying, "Next time I'll be in charge." What does that even mean?
I don't know.
In his final moments, lamenting.
They'll say like, "Oh, well,
he also
come join me." Will be like the letter she writes from beyond the grave goes something to like, "Come join me. We'll try this again. If we had another shot, I would be in charge this time." Like, how is that France speaking to him in any way at all?
France, I'm under the impression that France liked him multiple times.
Yeah.
So
he only got deposed because they lost to other people, other countries.
Well, and remember, the Battle of Waterloo was what? That was the 6th coalition? Wasn't there like 6 countries against him at the Battle of Waterloo? I think it was.
Yeah.
It's like, geez.
Like water loser.
Oh, got him.
Real quick, can I just ask, because he said, unlike the rest of the letters in the film, this last one is fictional. Are any of the other letters real?
Oh well, it's that this one is not. It never existed in the world of the film. It's beyond. It's from beyond the grave.
Oh,
it's not a letter that she wrote.
Oh, okay.
It's like her calling out to him from the afterlife.
Yeah. Okay. I see.
Join me, Napoleon.
His power and suggesting that if it's over, perhaps they would try to govern themselves rather than letting someone like Napoleon seize control. It's
okay, modern person.
It's a poignant beat, delivered with real pathos by Vanessa Kirby, a people embodied in one person, reflecting on their complicated relationship to a man who, despite his undying love, did awful things and betrayed his oath. I'm probably not doing this speech justice, but it was...
We're just not mentioning his oath.
You're just...
What oath? What oath? You mentioned betraying an oath. Tell me about the oath.
The oath to the revolution.
Now
he's doing that thing.
He just tickled my bumhole with his oath thing, and we only got like 2 minutes left. Tell me about the oath. Tell me the secrets, Jimmy.
Oh my god, he's doing that thing again, where he's like talking like he's talking like he's a former revolutionary who's still pissed that Napoleon. You betrayed
ruined it all.
It all. It would have worked.
The French Revolution was going so great until you decided to take over.
It was going great until Napoleon showed up, ruined everything.
Note to end the film on, bringing what had been subtext for the entire movie to the surface in a final address to the lead character, not judging or condemning him for his actions, but pitying him for his thought.
I think they judged him pretty harshly at the end.
Yeah, I would say that it's pretty harsh judgment at the end of the film.
For reference, all the text that comes on screen that says, "Here are all the people that died in all the wars he fought." 3 million people total died because of him is the implication. Like, okay, well, it wasn't entirely because of him. He was fighting other countries who waged war on him, or vice versa. Yeah,
I don't know. I feel like you just flashing like death counts is an oversimplification a lot of the time of very complex sorts of like situations, especially when you look at them at this scale. Like, I'm sure that he was a real jerk a lot of the times, but I'm sure that a lot of the times he wasn't. So, yeah, kind of weird. I don't know. It feels like a cheap shot when there's no way that something as complex as essentially Napoleonic European history is, kind of warrants.
But also add that, how a movie ends is typically like the best way of determining what the point was.
Yeah. Here's what we learned today.
Yeah. And here's what we learned today is look at all the people that died because of him. Fuck him. Like, that seems to be the implication, honestly. It's like, okay, it seems weird to reduce his whole life to that, but all right, that's fine.
Full and interesting as I find the film's exploration of Napoleon and Josephine's relationship, the film is not without its shortcomings. It is about as straightforward as a biopic as you could imagine, with a strictly linear structure.
That is not
even a flaw, necessarily.
About as straightforward?
No. It's not a flaw that it's running chronologically. Like...
Also, something being straightforward isn't a flaw at all. You're right. Yeah, you can't just try and slide that in as a criticism or saying that's a problem.
the more relevant part would be that, and this I would say is true of the film, is it's very thin for a 2.5-hour film. It achieves very little.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
he's not complaining about that. He's complaining, well, it runs in a linear order, which is a little basic. So,
that's a criticism,
I guess.
Hey, better to nail a basic concept than fumble a complex one.
True.
Time jumps sometimes feel a little abrupt. Like
they
any
often
biopic,
feel
the
abrupt.
story is
They're
abridged
no,
for the
not. Dude, it's like 20 years of history in 2.5 hours, and there are like massive jumps between them with
such that you don't know why anything you're watching is happening. For a lot of the
again, you have to just rely on the fact that these things did happen in reality, and that there were causes for them in reality to fill in the blanks that the film doesn't want to fill in for why any of the battles are happening, like why France is at war with any given country.
How he managed to pull off becoming the emperor.
Exactly. Yeah, it just glosses over those things, which again, it's like this is the reason why it needs to be repeated. It's not a good film as an isolated standalone thing, regardless of where how faithful or lacking in historical accuracy it is.
Of creating a cohesive narrative, but the linear progression makes those abridgments stand out in a way that they do not in films like Oppenheimer, which uses non-linear cross-cutting to mask the fact it's condensing the story of Oppenheimer's life.
It doesn't. I think that's not how it's. I don't like that. That's the way that it's explained. See, Oppenheimer can have its time jumps because it's jumping back and forth, and that masks better. As opposed to Oppenheimer provides you with all of the necessary information to justify moving forward in time. Or,
also, it's not masking it when all of the relatively modern scenes are shot in black and white, as opposed to the rest of the film that's in color. Like that's it ain't subtle.
No, and also it's just the film structure is way more it's
a lot more linear.
With, like, the third act. Well, It's definitely not as linear as Napoleon. Napoleon is basically completely just chronological from start to finish, whereas Oppenheimer does jump back and forth. But I feel like, again,
its time jumps feel a lot more like referential and easy to understand why we're jumping back. Like what it talks about, here's how he meets Kitty, and here's how he gets pulled for the project, and here's him at the the universities, and
well, so that's the point that I would make, is the reason why the time jumps work better in Oppenheimer is because Oppenheimer provides sufficient narrative reasons for its time jumps. It provides you with the information that you need in order to get to the time jump and then have everything make sense. It's all, as opposed to, we're just going to jump, we're just going to jump like 3-4 years to this new war that's happening without providing you with any clear reason as to why it's happening.
We just assume that Napoleon is at fault and all of the blood is on his hands.
Well, I mean, basically, it relies on, it did happen, so there was a reason for it, so I don't need to explain it to you.
Honestly, yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Alleviated by a director's cut. Obviously, I think we're going to get a lot more of Napoleon, and all the little connective tissue is going to help bring this thing together in a more cohesive way.
Maybe.
And apparently we're going to get it on Apple TV Plus sometime next year. But while I don't think the theatrical cut feels like it's missing anything important, I do think a longer cut could help some of these time jumps feel slightly less abrupt.
Politics of the Emperor, maybe?
Okay, so to piggyback off what Fringy was saying, telling the story out of chronological order wouldn't make it any easier to follow why things are happening. That's not the problem. Like, the time jumps would be okay if we understood why we were jumping here and what we were jumping to.
Yeah, because, again, in a vacuum, if you didn't know anything about Napoleon and you were to ask them, hey, why do you go to war? Like, why did the Battle of Austerlitz happen?
Yeah, why the fuck are we here?
They couldn't tell you. Whereas if you were in a vacuum and didn't know anything about Oppenheimer, it's like, oh, well, why is Oppenheimer in Las Almas? It's like, well, what are you talking about? We had the whole film, up until that point, that was explaining the work that he was doing, the war that was happening, and how he got roped into it.
Yeah, and we get
not the time jumps on their own. It's the lack of context.
Yeah.
You were going to say something.
No, I was just going to add to the Oppenheimer thing. It's like, we get all of the information, we get the people who he's meeting who are Communist Party members. We get all that stuff before we do the time jumps to him being
the real villains.
him being dressed down
Interrogated for it,
and
yeah.
interrogated for being a potential, or for potential communist, interference in his work, and that kind of thing. So it's like, it's not like we don't understand why we're jumping from one point in time to another. It's just agreeing that format.
Despite issues I might have with the structure was, I can't say I wasn't totally enthralled the entire time. Despite the fact that it would have been kinda cool.
Sounds like you want this really I couldn't even finish the damn thing.
I love that, like, in summation, the only real criticisms he has was that the story was told linearly, and what was the other one?
There's not enough connective tissue, but he thinks that the director's cut is going to make that, fix that problem.
Yeah,
really.
It's
what
like
I would say
he's
is
preempting it by saying, like, this is a problem, but we all know that the director's cut, it's going to fix all these issues, because we know how stellar Ridley Scott's reputation is with director's cuts.
I think what is actually happening is this point of linearity. It is like hiding the real criticism that is like the real and true and accurate criticism of the film, which is it's thin. There's not much to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it seems like, and that this like video is him trying really hard to talk about a film that just doesn't have that much substance.
I say I wasn't totally enthralled. The fact that it would have been kind of cool to have, French accents in the film. That would have been great. Ridley Scott is a true
Oh, yeah, so they didn't do the accent. Nobody did a goofy accent, so that also...
Well, the funny thing is I feel like there was a conversation to be had about, like, whether or not you should even, like, be so bold as to have them speaking French,
Yeah, well...
have French actors and have them speak French, but that was probably never entertained at all.
No.
Like,
it doesn't bother me. It's very low on my list of complaints.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's a big deal. I mean,
it is weird though, because almost all the other French people around Napoleon speak with British accents, but Napoleon is just Joaquin Phoenix's normal voice.
Yeah, it was kind of weird. Like,
That's the weird one.
Was going on, I was like, why isn't he also British then? Like,
I think like if you're gonna go one way, you need to commit to it, because when you start mixing up both sides, that's when it starts to draw attention. And I'll even a lot of movies and a lot of video games, they do the fact that, Lord of the Rings is a really good example in that everyone speaks English for the sake of it being a movie that we can understand, but like the writing and the text is going to be languages that that isn't English text when it's written on things. And a lot of movies and games do that as well, where everyone speaks in, the language for its intended audience, but the text on everything is going to be in the the proper language, and that doesn't even break immersion for me, or I would probably say most people.
Well, I mean, Gladiators, like, by all, if you're going with that, it probably should be done in a form of Latin. But if it's done in a more British accent,
at this point, I feel like at this point, if you reminded people that Romans were Italians, that they would be like, "What do you mean they're British?" They always have British accents.
Yeah.
They always, every single time that you see Rome, it's always with British accents.
Arrivederci, Caesar.
It's funny because I was thinking about. I think I generally am okay with it. It's just like if everybody just speaks English and nobody's doing the accents, because. Look, all right, Halo Season 2 is coming out, all right, and I don't need the Covenant to speak in Sanghelia. They can just speak English, all right? Like, I don't want to have. I like that the Covenant speak English.
Admit,
all right?
Yeah, you need go one way or the other, because it's one of those things where you gotta be like, well, what are the strengths and weaknesses of it? I mean, we can have Keith David voicing Arbiter and the Shipmaster and all that stuff in these more. These dignified British-esque voices, or just these more gruff but smooth at the same time, alien, voices that we can understand. Or you could say, no, the aliens are all going to speak Sangheili, and we're going to commit to that, and there will be subtitles, and that's going to be part of the world, and we'll even have interpreters who are present. I'm like, hey, I can respect, both ways. Just commit to it, Don't be a coward.
There's a good movie that also makes this small mistake, I think, is the David Fincher's The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. because a lot of the people in that movie are speaking English with Swedish accents, except for Daniel Craig. Who I think
Daniel
can't
Craig
do it.
just gives up.
Yeah, he can't do it. So he just speaks like a British person, and it's like, oh, I wish you would try a little harder, but okay. It's it's one blemish on an otherwise pretty solid movie, so I'll allow it. But when Napoleon does it too, it's like, really, you couldn't even bother to do a British accent, Joaquin? Really? Fine.
Of historical epic, and Napoleon is a welcome return to the genre, echoing the likes of Gladiator and the director's cut of
come
Kingdom
on.
of Heaven.
No! No spoilers.
Oh, right, that's going to be part of your war arc, is that right?
Part of the war movie arc.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
I was not present for that one, though.
No, you weren't around for this.
Oh, was that the
one.
before?
Actually, I haven't seen that film. I haven't seen
You haven't seen Kingdom of Heaven? Yeah, well.
Nope. Neither version.
Neither have I, frankly.
Wow.
I remember seeing it a very long time ago.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, moving on.
Moving on.
We'll check out the war arc.
And shoots a battle sequence quite like Ridley Scott, and the use of physical locations and sets filled with hundreds of
the
extras
production was
gives the
really
film
impressive.
a
It kind of
sense
is a
scale
shame,
and
honestly.
Got a
prestige.
shit ton of money to do this.
It's a little bit of a shame. It's like, damn, man, this is like a lot of hard work and resources like funneled into a pretty bad script.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
we see it time and time again with these, Marvel and Disney movies, and with all sorts of projects where you can see that they got so much money, or even worse, that they were able. I think Rings of Power really personifies this perfectly. An insane amount, literally the most expensive TV show ever made, and they secured some rights to Lord of the Rings stuff. And they absolutely created a monstrosity with virtually no redeeming qualities. No, it doesn't have any redeeming qualities whatsoever. So, yeah, it shines a light on the horrific what could have been.
But one thing I would add to the list of complaints about Napoleon is that despite a lot of these impressively produced battle sequences with all the people there and all the real locations and the cannons and all that sort of stuff, it's all color graded, so such an ugly way. It's like this blue, washed out, desaturated, underlit look that I really don't like. Makes it actually rather hard to see what's happening.
There was no color in history.
Yeah, there's no color in history. Like if you see
Everything
behind the scenes
before
footage,
the 1930s was in black and white, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
No,
People
but
didn't
if
like
you,
color.
like look at this behind the scene footage, you're like, oh, look how colorful that is, and how it's actually way better lit. It's like if that's kind of what it looked like, I would way
You
prefer
see this in
that.
video games too. It's kind of a shame. Everything's just sort of desaturated and terrible.
Yeah.
All sorts of games have, you have these. I remember seeing a lot of like before and after versions of like Skyrim and Starfield and stuff like that. These I guess both of those are Bethesda games, but they have all of these artists put all this work and effort into their jobs, and then it just gets it just has this terrible filter over it that desaturates everything.
Yeah. Seriously.
It's like when it's like in movies that portray the medieval times and everyone's just like dirty brown,
Yeah.
It's like because no one ever liked color. Like people fucking hated color, and they never bathed or washed their faces. They were just living in mud with their shitty like beige
Burlap
shirts
sacks.
that were ripped, burlap sacks.
They're like the
yeah.
peasants
Oh my
in
God.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where they're just beating cats against walls
Yeah.
and digging in the mud. Let's see. Kara in chat says, "Don't know if you mentioned the Battle of Leipzig earlier. It was after the invasion of Russia, largest battle ever before World War I. And it's just skipped in the film." True. When I was reading about the history of this era, I'm like, oh, the biggest battle where the biggest casualties happened on both sides, and they didn't even talk about it. Great, thanks. Very cool. Thanks, movie.
Battle sequence
Again, it's just
quite
massive-
like Ridley
massive
Scott, and the
emissions.
use of physical locations and sets filled with hundreds of extras gives the film a sense of scale and prestige that is often lacking in other modern attempts at the genre.
Name one.
Napoleon is fittingly dwarfed by his surroundings.
Yeah, I can't actually think of one.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, sometimes I'm getting into the habit of like it's sort of become a joke that I guess I sort of catch myself doing.
But I think there's a grain of truth in the whole, when people allude to all of these examples, but they never name any. It's like, when you start noticing it, it's kind of crazy how often people do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it has such a bigger sense of scale than all these other movies. I'm like, are we talking about like Endgame where everyone's composited into like a CGI space, or are we talking about other historical epics? Because I think a lot of historical epics, especially recent ones, have been pretty large and impressive in some way. I can't think of any that.
Yeah, I don't know. I
referring to.
legitimately don't know what he's talking about. And it's not even to say that, like, it's not even said, like, skeptically. Sometimes it is. But otherwise, it's really, being able to compare and contrast things is insanely helpful for an audience. Because people's brains are really able to pick up on the differences. So when you say, well, this movie did this really poorly, and this movie did it really well, and you could point those two things out, and you could literally put them side by side through the use of
a visual medium,
very basic video editing for your video. Yeah. But yeah, sometimes I think that people use the idea of examples as an actual replacement for the examples.
I also think we're running out of time to return to the subject of the video.
Oh, yeah. I gave up. I think I gave up like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. We were bamboozled.
We were bamboozled.
Well, maybe no.
Outbursts feel all the more pitiful. If it weren't for the more irreverent approach to its lead character, you could easily mistake this film for one of the great historical
But you said earlier that it wasn't irreverent and that, no, it's fine.
Epics of old. And that, I think, is ultimately what makes this film stand out most to me. It feels like something...
I mean, just look at the side-by-side between Lawrence of Arabia and him in Egypt in terms of, like, the color and the way it's shot. It's just night and day. Lawrence of Arabia looks great.
I need to see that movie.
Filtered through a decidedly modern lens. Ridley...
Yeah, there it is. It's filtered through a decidedly modern lens.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like, maybe don't.
Yeah.
Everything I see is through a fucking modern lens. You don't have to have everything through a modern lens. We could.
Sometimes it's nice to go back into history to see how things used to be.
Yeah, how different things were.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Sometimes that's the reason people, read history.
Yeah, I want to visit another country to see how different it is.
As a director, or as traditional as they've ever been, approach to story has with Napoleon, Scott has essentially co-opted the visual language of the classical historical epic to make an idiosyncratic character study about one of history's most complicated political figures. As you walk out of Napoleon, or if you're catching this much later on streaming, you're not going to have a complete picture of the events that comprise Napoleon's life, but you might just have a better understanding of who the man was and
every historian is shitting on this movie.
The reality is that you go into the film like, oh, I can't trust you, in terms of like a real perspective on the guy. You can't be trusted, especially with the things that Ridley Scott said before it came out.
Yeah,
I think the best
any man who says that is just I cannot trust you.
The best
I can't
thing
trust any person
you can hope for coming out of this movie is a better understanding of who Ridley Scott thinks Napoleon was. That's it.
Yeah,
that's the best you can do, honestly. Yeah, I think even Joaquin Phoenix seems to be aware of that, which is pretty funny.
So fascinated by him over 2 centuries after his death, and maybe.
No, I don't.
2 centuries after his death?
You wouldn't watch this movie and understand why people like him so much or are interested in him. That's not what you get from this movie.
It's not been exactly. It's
he died in
just over 2 centuries. Yeah, 21.
Yeah, we just did it. Yeah, I was about to say.
But yes, you're right.
Squeezed it in. Yeah.
It's just this film is not very helpful at all. You'd just be better off reading one of these books.
203 years.
You'd be better off just reading some Wikipedia articles on him.
Honestly, if you're a Wikipedia warrior, you can learn a lot of shit from just reading.
I stand Wikipedia big time, and you would be better off if you wanted to know. When it's a film like this where it's very obviously not historically accurate, the best that you can hope for is that you're going to get a story that on its own in a vacuum is worthwhile, which this film is not.
True. Also, Sue H in the chat says, film speak, brilliant once their commercial back. Don't know what that means exactly, but thanks.
That's all a worthwhile biopic needs to do.
Wait, hold
All
on. What
a
does it need to do?
worthwhile biopic
Go back.
needs to do is
I didn't
Go
realize
back,
he was
yeah.
building up to his final point. Hold on.
Still so fascinated by him over 2 centuries after his death. And maybe that's all a worthwhile biopic needs to do.
Okay. Now, when I say that the way he speaks at the end there is like exactly what I was hoping to make fun of with my Matrix video.
It's video
Like,
essay voice.
definitely video essay
It's
voice.
video
yeah.
essay voice,
I
big
hate it.
time.
I detest it
That's
so much.
maybe that's what historical epics have to do.
So you gotta slow down and like
Yeah.
you gotta
Maybe
maybe
You gotta
that's
get more
all historical
emotional.
epics need to do.
Exactly. Yeah, you got it. You nailed it.
maybe so the whole point of this of when the director doesn't give a fuck about historical accuracy is to say maybe it doesn't need to be historically accurate if you understand the character better. And then he spent most of the time arguing why it's not an accurate depiction of the character, but an accurate depiction
to
of
the myth of
Yes.
Napoleon.
of Ridley Scott tearing Napoleon down. Cool.
We got his whole perspective in like the first 5 minutes, and that was that as long as you get the essence of the character right. But then, like you said, he goes on to argue why it's totally
okay that
fine to
he
not
didn't
get the
do
essence of
that.
the character right. Okay, so that was pretty bad. Hold on, is there anything?
That was really
at the end?
awful. I was misled, bamboozled.
Yeah, we
This,
were all
this
bamboozled.
rapscallion
Yeah.
has deceived
Hold
me.
on. See if this last 20 seconds is anything. No. Okay.
One of the best films of the 21st century.
Oppenheimer.
Um,
Man, there's a lot of films that have come
That's
out
a
in the
lot
last
of
20
movies.
years.
like,
Yeah.
A lot of movies have come out in the last 20
Yeah, like
years, okay?
I don't know
I-
about that one.
I don't know, like maybe it's not that contentious, really. I suppose it's maybe, but I don't know. It's just one of those things.
Well-
I'm like, yeah, I mean, maybe. Yeah.
Since we didn't get it from the video, is there
No.
any final thoughts about the subject that he didn't really address that we didn't talk about?
So the thing is that again, to reiterate, the impression that I got from Ridley Scott's comments was not that he went into Napoleon in a very deliberate and tactical way of deviating from history in order to essentially achieve his storytelling objectives. It felt way more like he just had wanton disregard for the idea that historical accuracy was even something that could be pursued. Which, again, like, it's worth understanding that if you're going to be so brazen about not being historically accurate, your film better be good. Because if it's not, then everybody's going to be against you.
Well, it's like many things. If your film is very good or good, then you get a lot of elbow room to
Mhm.
overcome many criticisms.
One thing I would say though is that at least from my only watch through of the movie, that The Woman King, for example, was actually rather well put together as a film, except for the fact that it was a sort of racist propaganda, like historical revisionist lie. And so I wonder what we could say about, setting aside whether it has any bearing on the quality of the craft of the filmmaking itself, about the ethics of how we should treat history, like whether it can still be morally wrong to twist and manipulate history even if the movie's good. Because obviously people, like you said, they will give you a lot of leeway. It's like, oh well, it was a good movie, but
I guess the interesting thing is
possible for it to be immoral, but yeah, I think it can be possible to do it in an immoral.
or in a way where the consequences are really bad in terms of perception of history.
Yeah, if you do it in a way that, I mean, probably the majority of those examples would be if you are trying to use history to push a damaging or dishonest political or cultural piece of propaganda, undermining history, and perhaps getting people to think in a certain way that leads to more negative outcomes, or unnecessary division, or that spurs like hatred in people.
like you were using the woman king kind of argument, you know, is like if the thought of that movie was to try and prop up certain groups and to denigrate others dishonestly, to reframe history in order to maybe compel people to think certain ways about certain kinds of people, then yeah, in much the same way that if you were doing like the most awful political propaganda about, you know, contentious issues in history like the Holocaust and whatnot, in order to get people to try and to turn people against certain groups, then yeah, I'd say that yeah, you can, you know, regardless of that movie's quality, I could say that yeah, it's an immoral thing that you've done.
Where do you think? I mean, Rags, you haven't seen it, but you've heard a decent bit about it. What do you guys think Napoleon falls in this scale? Obviously, he didn't care about history at all and just wanted to do his own thing. What do you make of the sort of like the way history has been twisted in this movie? Is it just like nonsense fabrication, like on behalf of Ridley Scott's ego, or is it a bit more?
It sounds like an ego thing. It sounds like a guy who's super dismissive of things that would be in contention with the way he wants to make a movie. He has an idea. He sees himself as a talented artist, and he will, I guess, denigrate criticism to the contrary. That's how it comes across to me.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was... at best, I think I would say that from his comments and his philosophy or his plan of attack going forward when making this movie, at best, he seems like he was bored with reading the actual history and just decided he wanted to mix it up a little bit because, you know, why not? And then he took it poorly when people reacted the way that you would expect them to react. This one doesn't feel very much like the woman. This doesn't feel as much like the Woman King, where it's deliberately telling a falsehood about an entire group of people and making it seem as if the ones who were the actual heroes in that situation were actually the villains. And yeah, this is it's not quite to that level.
Well, people's views on Napoleon today largely don't seem to generally shape the way that we treat each other and view each other as people, you know? So I think I guess the cultural and moral fabric of society isn't really going to be affected by someone, you know, fucking up Napoleon's reputation for the sake of their own artistic whatever.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. The only thing that might be affected by it is I don't actually know how much contemporary French people associate Napoleon with their national identity today. I'm curious about that because they don't seem to have liked the movie very much. A lot of the critics, anyway. Obviously, Ridley Scott showed it to an audience of people and they liked it, so it's fine, I guess.
Well, I mean, I guess it's, you know, I mean, again, The Patriot, like it was, I mean, how much is the average British person today deriving a sense of like what their country is from Britain as presented back during the 18th century? But like still, it was, I mean, that film definitely offended people, with its portrayal of the British. I mean, the impression again that I get with Napoleon is that this is what probably happened was that he looked at the story of Napoleon, what he knew about it, and was like, I can use this as a vehicle for this story that I want to tell about a man and his wife and how their relationship essentially, you know, created and destroyed each other. And whether or not the actual history fully supports this idea, well, if that's not the case, then I'm going to change it essentially to tell the story that I want. And then the film just wasn't good. And then there were the things that he said in interviews because he was annoyed that people didn't think that his film was good. And then it was a matter of like a misunderstanding that for plenty of people, they would be going into the film like, oh, well, that's cool, bro. But like, I want to watch the film that is an account of Napoleon's life with hundreds of millions of dollars behind it to realize it in a way that's never been done on film before. That it's like there was a misaligning of priorities, which is, you know, that's natural that that's going to happen. Of he wanted to do one thing, most of the people who were interested in the film wanted something else, and the more that he talked about the film and the decisions that he was making, the more that he was alienating the main audience that would have been interested in the film in the first place.
I agree. One thing that if there's an obvious takeaway, it's that how Ridley Scott responded to criticism is not the way to do it.
Nope.
And it's actually quite easy.
Yeah, it's
easy.
Super childish. Yeah, and defensive.
Pro tip: what you can do next time is say nothing. That's one strategy. Is you could just not respond to criticism. There are plenty of directors who do that. They just don't respond. They just kind of stay out of it. Let the movie speak for itself. There's a lot who do that. Or you could say, I understand why people want to see the real history, but I wanted to take it in a different direction, and I thought that was more interesting. I hope people will give it a chance. That's all you have to say.
Responding to if you're Ridley Scott and you're responding to Twitter posts like that, then you have a lot to lose in terms of your reputation, and you have really very, very little to potentially gain.
Well, I mean, what does he think is going to happen? Like, does he think that he's going to say, were you there? That people will be like, oh, fuck, you got me.
Wow,
I wasn't there.
Right. This
you're right.
You're right. I mean, I wasn't there.
You know what happens?
You're so right, Ridley. You're so right. That's true.
Jeez.
I wasn't there.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
Well, it's that because again, the people who would be most interested in watching a film about Napoleon are people who are into history. So denigrating the whole practice of like cataloging history and the idea of like,
Unwise.
Well, let's be real. I mean,
just,
nobody really knows what happened. All right, it's just people coming up with their own ideas of what happened.
Also,
like
get
something that
loser, stupid nerd. Fuck you.
Like one of the most basic, like let's say it's one of the most childish things I can imagine someone actually saying is like, how do you know what happened? You weren't there. You know, how can you account for information that you haven't witnessed firsthand? It's like,
it reminds me of that Family Guy
like Ridley,
joke.
are you retarded?
The Family Guy joke when everybody's trying to convince Peter that O.J. Simpson killed his wife, and he freaked out. Oh wait, what? You were there? Oh, you're an accessory to murder.
It's not a great argument.
No.
Kara in the chat says he should have cast Peter Dinklage as Napoleon. Now that would have been next
level.
Something else.
That would be amazing if they did that. If they made like a comedy or whatever, and they cast Peter Dinklage as Napoleon but played that part straight, that would be hilarious.
It probably would have improved the movie.
And he has to like get up onto the normal sized people chairs and things like that. That'd be hilarious.
That's a movie. The Wicker Man says, what's your thought on the idea of a pregnant superhero doing her job across the multiverse while pregnant? In parentheses, Fringy is required to answer.
I'm not required to answer anything.
Fringy, actually you are. The super chat said you were required to answer.
Yeah, it's right there.
It did say at the end that you're required to answer.
That doesn't mean anything just because you said that. Oh no,
it does say there at the end. But I think it would probably have to do with if the super person was inhibited in a meaningful way, or if they were made vulnerable by, for instance, if like Supergirl or Superwoman was pregnant, I assume she would be just as essentially invulnerable, so it wouldn't make nearly as much of a deal if she was going around stopping crime and robbers and stuff like that, because like nothing would change. No, the baby's not in danger. She is totally like impervious to almost all damage, so that literally wouldn't matter. But if you can like get shot and die, and being pregnant slows you down and makes your whole body becomes more cumbersome as a result, and you become more, hormonal, and that maybe affects your judgment, or if you become more emotional, so you can't control your powers as responsibly. I mean, there are potentially ways where it could be, not good to put yourself in those situations. But again, like I said, it depends on the power, and it depends on like how tough the character is. But potentially.
Look, Rags made a lot of relevant and interesting points.
That you agree with?
Something that would be worth adding as well is the nature of if you had a character who was, getting involved in these situations, the question of, well, do you have to do it, or are there other people who could do it who would be less vulnerable? That would be another thing to throw into the mix, as like, a factor in the decision and whether or not it's a sound decision.
We also start to get into this moral dilemma element of even if you are made more vulnerable, even potentially like worryingly vulnerable, should you not engage in hero work to save the lives of other people if there is a risk that your unborn child will die? I think that's a meaningful moral quandary to consider if you are capable of potentially saving a lot of lives through your hero work. And then if you, knowing that, decide, I'm not going to put my baby at risk because of that, the risk of this, the nature of the job, even though I know that I will be going out there and saving people who might be other pregnant women, then I think there's a discussion to be had. And I don't think it would be completely meritless for a character to say, you're being selfish with your, so now when it's your kid, you're not going to take the risk. But when it's other people's lives on the line, there could be something to explore there. But if these were the stories that we got regarding the topic instead of just the cringe bullshit, then I don't think that there'd be much of a problem with it. But I don't think that's a story that we're going to get, because I just don't think that a lot of the people who talk about pregnant superheroes have the maturity to or the wherewithal to kind of talk about this stuff. But it could be a potentially super interesting story of, oh shit, I'm a superhero and now I'm pregnant, and like, oh, how come, oh shit, now that it's my kid's life on the line, like this really kind of changes my outlook on the nature of what I do. It's like, shit.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that actually sounds like a movie I would be very interested in watching. Sounds like a good reintroduction to Captain Marvel.
I'm glad Fringy didn't slink away from the question.
That's right. I like it when Fringy really tackles these hard questions head on.
What do you mean? I didn't slink away.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I was just making sure that there was no sarcasm there.
No. Agreeing with me is a fucking solid choice.
Yeah, it's a good choice. You could have said that's interesting and worthwhile, but you made a perspective. You gave a take, like the super chat requested, and I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's pretty much the end of this conversation. Now that we've solved the issue of historical accuracy in movies.
Thanks to Film Speak.
Well, I mean, we had to, because Film Speak didn't do it. He not only didn't address the issue really at all whatsoever, he titled, he was a liar. Fuck him. I hate it when people do that. It's a legitimately scummy thing to do for your YouTube videos, to lie about the topic of your video and the title. I guess
the best faith thing would be that he's saying, look, Napoleon is the kind of film that you get when they don't care, and it's cool. But again, I thought the video would actually delve into the conversation for real. We essentially, he basically makes the opening statement of, it's chill, bro. Anyway, this is why I like Napoleon, essentially. Like, he wants to move
starts
past
the video addressing the topic like it's obviously going to be the thesis of the video or the argument. Like, that's what we're talking about here today. No, what we're actually talking about it as, well, I like Napoleon anyway because of all these things I read into it, so it's chill, bro. Fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you essentially, in order for the video to actually work, you essentially have to be on the same page as him right from the get-go, because again, he barely talks about the conversation itself, which is like because I mean, ultimately his video doesn't address one of the things that he brought up, which was that people are making, to some extent, moral arguments about how history ought to be represented as part of their criticism of historical inaccuracy. And like, his video completely moves past the idea of whether or not there's a moral imperative to actually present the story of Napoleon as it happened, rather than, well, this is the spirit of my interpretation of him being like a loser, so this is essentially, this is going to be my story. He just moves past that super quick.
He also does that sort of, I don't know, straw man thing, for lack of a better term, where it's like, do you think that movies should be either 100% faithfully accurate in every single detail, or are they allowed to do some creative things? And it's like, those are not the two positions.
Like, no, they're not the two positions. Most people fall in the middle. It's very rare that you're going to find someone who says historical accuracy means absolutely nothing at all, or alternatively, the film must be 100% historically accurate, otherwise like most people fall in the middle. The reality is that there's like a blurry line on exactly when you've crossed it and when it matters to people. Or, alternatively, a blurry line on how good a film can be, or its existence in the meta, or its tone, which can always be like a very kind of loose argument for whether or not it essentially gets it out of having to deal with that conundrum. Those would have all been really interesting things for the video to talk about, but it just seemed like he just wanted to find some way to talk about how he liked the film, regardless of the conversation surrounding it. Yep, therefore it's chill. I like the film, so it's okay. Not the best argument in the world, but
no.
Well,
I appreciate you guys joining. Sorry to bamboozle you. I too.
No, it was all right.
It was good memes.
It's good. You guys, it sounded like you guys needed to get off a few things. Get a few things off your chest about this incredible biopic about Napoleon Bonaparte.
Yeah, things that were not on my chest until I decided I wanted to react to this video. I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to watch the Napoleon.
No, I mean, I wasn't going to watch it, but I did because...
Technically, I still didn't, so...
Yeah, it's not very good. My initial instincts that the film looked like shit were right. It was worse than I thought, but they were right.
Yeah, there's really no pitch for this film. There's no, like, angle that I would pitch of, like... this is a film I imagine most people wouldn't come away with anything for it at all. It's just a solid would not recommend. Would not.
There's some movies it's like I don't like it, but I know certain people would, so I'd recommend it to them. This is not one of those movies.
Nope. I don't think that this film would please really many people at all.
And fortunately for fans of the Napoleon story, Steven Spielberg is currently working on a 7-part series for HBO about Napoleon. So
based on the initial
Stanley Kubrick
treatment,
Kubrick,
so I'm actually quite looking forward to that.
We can
Steven Spielberg
file this one away and never ever talk about it again.
Yes. Well, thank you all for joining us in the chat. We appreciate the super chats. I believe I responded to all of them, but if we missed any, we can respond to them next time. Thanks for joining us. It was a pleasure, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Sunday. We'll see you everyone. Probably next Sunday. This is probably something we'll start doing every week now. Hooray.
Hooray.
Yay.
Hooray for regular content. And so we'll see you then.
Goodbye,
see everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Toodaloo. Bop, bop, bop.
All right.